Good morning. Injury news coming out of San Francisco. Matt Maiocco of NBC Sports reported yesterday that 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk has made significant progress on recovering from tearing his ACL and MCL last season. It's unclear at this time, though, if Ayuk will be ready to go for Week 1. Maiocco expects Ayuk to be on the PUP list at the beginning of training camp and remain on the list until the season begins, but it's unclear if that'll happen at this time. LA Chargers running back Najee Harris suffered an eye injury over the weekend. His agent reported that the running back sustained a superficial eye injury from a fireworks mishap. However, he's expected to be ready for the upcoming NFL season. The women's finals at Wimbledon are set after yesterday's semifinal matchups. Number 13 ranked Amanda Anisimova shocked the world yesterday, upsetting number 1 ranked Aryna Sabalenka in 3 sets, securing her spot in the final. She'll have to face off against number 8 ranked Iga Swiatek. Iga Swiatek defeated Belinda Bencic yesterday in 2 sets. The final takes place tomorrow at 11. On the men's side of the bracket, 5th-ranked Taylor Fritz takes on Carlos Alcaraz this morning at 8:30. And at 10:30, 6th-ranked Novak Djokovic faces off against number 1-ranked Jannik Sinner. The winner of these 2 matches will play on Sunday at 11 for the final. Over in baseball, the New York Yankees win once again, coming back from down 5-0 to beat the Mariners 6-5. The Yankees now sit 1.5 games back from the Blue Jays for the lead in the AL East. Elsewhere, the Boston Red Sox win their 7th straight, beating the Tampa Bay Rays 4-3, and the New York Mets fall to the Baltimore Orioles in both games of a doubleheader, 3-1 and 7-3. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right, welcome into a Friday. Let's have a fun Friday here on WGR. The lights are on. We're on the air. We got Summer League. We got Wimbledon. We got some stuff happening this weekend. Good morning. It's Joe DiBiase. Jeremy White is off today. Lot to get to. Got some good football coming up a little bit later on. We got a Browns guest that we'll talk to. Was thinking about maybe mixing in some fantasy along the way. Draft season, of course, is approaching. And then we'll talk with Scott Pianowski at 9 o'clock about fantasy at 9 o'clock a little bit later on this morning. So happy to have you along. 803-0550 is the phone number. Owen and Josh hanging out as well. And if you could tell, you could always tell when I'm going golfing, right? By how I dress coming in. We're being streamed now. You can watch on YouTube. And so like today's one of those days. Yesterday, I'm very sad to say I made like the worst fashion choice that I've ever made while golfing.
Ever made? That's significant.
Because I usually put a little bit of thought into it.
Right.
Just a little bit. I guess I learned yesterday that navy belt with black pants is like a big no-no in the do I even want to say the fashion world, but just getting dressed.
Yeah,
basically.
Color theory-wise, probably a little bit of an issue.
I guess I don't even know what happened, so I don't for me, when I get dressed in the morning, I'm trying not to wake my wife up. So I don't turn any lights on. It is just I use the flashlight on my phone. But I guess when reaching in for a belt yesterday, I did not realize I had grabbed the blue one.
Yeah, that navy will sneak up on you when all you have is a flashlight.
Yeah.
This is why you got to set out your clothes the night before.
Yeah.
You guys don't do that? Do you do that?
No, I do not do
No,
that.
I'm not 6 years old anymore. So no.
Whoa, wait a minute. This is a no. This is a time saver. If you pick out what you're wearing the night before, then it saves time in the morning.
Do any adults under any circumstances still pick out their clothes the night before? You think you're gonna get some company on that?
I feel like yes, it saves time. It helps you like plan out what you're wearing. I think it's smart.
It might even be smart. It's not. Put a poll up. Put a poll up on it. See how many adults are still picking out their clothes the night before. I mean, it maybe is what I should do, right? I mean, that I wouldn't have a mistake like yesterday.
It would certainly be more efficient, I think.
It would be more efficient. If you are someone like me who's trying not to wake your wife up and you're getting dressed like in the dark every morning, then it probably like me more than anybody really is like I should be the one that's taking Josh up on that.
Yeah, I mean,
advice.
I've definitely run into the same issue where you're getting up and you're trying not to wake up your girlfriend, your partner, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't do this on the weekends. It's just a weekday.
No,
thing.
that's fine.
Like it's not like I'm doing this. Saturday night. I got to get my clothes ready for tomorrow. I do it like Sunday night through Thursday night.
The YouTube chat is saying that I should definitely do that. That I should definitely do it the night before. AC says there are definitely times where it's warranted he's with Josh. Josh has some company, I think. The chat's being very kind to him on this.
Toddlers, all of you, I think, is what I want to go with.
I think I am like with Owen, but I also kind of want to feel like I should be that toddler here.
I respect, respectfully calling you all toddlers. I
respectfully,
you
are a toddler.
Right. I acknowledge the benefits of such an action, but
because as we all know, if you put the word respectfully in front of whatever insult is coming right after that,
right,
then of course it washes it away.
I also think it's like depending on when you get up too. Like we get up so early that you run into the same issue. Like you're trying not to wake people up, and you're trying to just like be on top of things.
Right.
Like if you're getting up to go to work and you're getting up at like 7 or 8 even, like maybe you can get away with not doing this. But like if you have like a big presentation the next day, or if you're going golfing, like you want to have everything ready to go. You're excited about it. It's like getting ready the night before a field trip. Remember? Come on. Like you guys don't remember that feeling?
The night before a field trip.
Does that not prove my toddler point?
You did just
kind of does.
Give us a reference of when we might have been 6 years old.
But I don't care. I think it's just you get that feeling back, and it feels good.
Another good example out of the chat here is a time that you would do that, and I do this every time, is when you are traveling.
Well,
whenever you are traveling, and that's not just packing. Like I will lay out what I'm wearing the night before to the airport that morning because I'm getting up relatively around the same time that I get up for this show.
Right.
I guess.
Is that not because you've packed away the rest of your clothes that you would be wearing?
That is
so you have to keep something out?
Yes. I'm already in the process of picking out future outfits.
Right.
So why not throw in the airport outfit?
Right. Just get it ready. So I think that's sort of built in there. I do agree. I do that. So
early poll results on Twitter are somewhat split. We do have a comment for Brandon though. Wildness to hate on this. Anyone up at the crack of dawn has got to set them out the night before. Maximize the amount of sleep in the morning. That's another underrated part.
I mean, it takes 90 seconds.
Right. How long does it take you people to get dressed? I mean, to be fair, if Jeremy was here, I remember every time I come to get him for golf, if I'm picking him up, it's like I get there and he's like, "Wait, I got to change." And I got to change.
Like while you're in the driveway?
While I'm that
that guy
has
before,
happened. Too. And he's like, I didn't like this outfit. I'm going to change again. So some people, it does take time. So I respect that. But I don't know. How do you know? You want to express yourself the day of, I feel. If you're really putting that much effort into picking an outfit out.
I will say I've done that.
Well,
I've called an audible at the last second. I'm like, I don't feel like wearing that today. I'm going to wear this instead. I've done that.
After picking out the previous outfit?
Yeah. There's times where it's just kind of or if like the weather is different than what I thought it was going to be, like around the time the seasons change, I don't have a sweatshirt out or I do have a sweatshirt out and I don't need it.
Yep.
Like that sometimes influences it too, but I can't believe that you guys aren't on board with this. Like
no,
you had a fashion mishap yesterday.
No, I did, and I still probably would not. I mean, I did this morning after having that happen, I did not have the fashion mishap. Today I just knew to go blue belt, blue shorts,
Right.
rather than go blue on black, which again everybody needed to tell me yesterday. Like that's ridiculous,
That's
right
bad,
there. What you're
bad
doing
job,
there,
Joe.
Yeah. All right. No blue belt, black pants. I'm sure I knew that. Just hadn't thought of it in the moment like that. 8030550 is the phone number. Let's have a little bit of a warm up here. You want some instant trivia to kick the morning off here?
Ooh,
Let's get some.
right.
I got some instant
See.
trivia for you guys. I want to talk some about the Bills defense today. And I was looking this up. Can you name for me? I believe there are. I just want to double check here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think you got 5 Bills that have led the team in tackles under head coach Sean McDermott. Can you name for me the 5 Bills that have led the team in tackles in a given season while Sean McDermott has been the head coach? So 2017 to 2024. Who are the 5?
Tremaine Edmonds is the first name that I know tackled a million people.
Tremaine
when he was here.
Edmonds did it twice,
Yeah.
2018 and 2019. So actually his first 2 years with the Bills after being a rookie and then a second-year player, he did lead the team in tackles. He also led the team in tackles in 2021. So he did it 3 times.
Okay.
And there are still 4 others, though.
Let's see here. What do you think, Josh?
I want to say Matt Milano, but I'm worried about like the injuries limiting that.
Right, and I don't. Milano, is he in there?
Surprisingly, Milano not only is not in there, but if you go to in the top 15, like there are 14 seasons of 100 tackles under Sean McDermott,
Right.
and Milano only has 1 of them.
Wow.
Well, isn't that really surprising?
That does seem surprising.
He's a linebacker. He's an all-pro. You could debate this, but you could argue he's the best Bills defender under Sean McDermott, like beginning to end.
I think that's a good argument
And
to make.
14 seasons of 100 tackles, 1 of them.
Right.
Splash plays is really more why you would, I think, put him in that conversation. Maybe we could have that. Is he the answer to that? Is he the number one? Is he the best defender under Sean McDermott? The best defensive player?
That's a really good question.
We'll get back to that.
Yeah. We'll revisit. Is there a cornerback in here anywhere?
There's not a cornerback. They're not all linebackers, though.
That I was okay. Is
One of Hyde or Poyer, but I'm trying to think of which one it would be. I would say Hyde, I think. Or would it be?
It's not Hyde.
I think it's Poyer.
It's Poyer.
Poyer led the team in tackles in 2020, the COVID year.
Right.
That was the 3rd most tackles any Bills had under McDermott, 124. Okay. You're missing number 1 and number 2 on this list also. Like the 2 highest numbers.
2 highest tackle totals.
Yeah, one player led the league.
Led the league. Who are we missing?
One player led
the
the
league
league in tackles one given season with 144 tackles. But you got Poyer and Edmonds so far.
I feel like we're thinking too recently.
I think we
might have
probably
to go back a little bit.
We might.
I'll give you a hint. It's both.
Both.
Recent and
Oh.
So we got 1 of each.
yeah. You got 2 of one and 1 of the other.
All right.
Is he in one of the position groups we've already guessed?
Gotta be.
Yes.
Okay. You just want to make sure.
Is Teron Johnson an answer?
No. Taron Johnson, 98 is his career high in 2023.
I thought maybe he had a chance at
For
it
the Bills.
just playing where he plays. I'm struggling here. I don't know why I feel like I shouldn't be the way that
This
I
is
am.
why this is the warm up.
Yeah,
It's tougher
it's early.
when we.
It's
It's
early.
tougher at 6:15 than it would be
4:07
at
a.m., it doesn't
8:30.
matter.
Yes, it is. It's absolutely true. I got nothing here.
They're all linebackers.
all linebackers. All right.
3 linebackers left
Let me think linebackers.
that have led the Bills in tackles.
So it's not Milano. Is
Nope.
Bernard one of them?
Bernard is one of them.
right.
143
I didn't-
tackles in 2023 led the team. That's also the second highest total
Okay.
by anybody. You're still missing number 1,
Number 1. Man.
and then you are also missing last year's leading tackler for the
Last
Buffalo
year's leading
Bills.
tackler. Who led the Bills in tackles last season? man, who played linebacker for him last year? It was Dorian Williams, Matt Milano, Terrell Bernard. It's not Williams, is it?
Dorian Williams.
Really?
Dorian Williams led the Bills in tackles last season.
Blows my mind.
How many
Crazy,
did he
right?
have?
He had 117. It's a sixth most of any Bill under McDermott.
I guess just because I think of Milano and Bernard as their linebackers, I don't have Williams as even a possibility there.
What I'll tell you is I bet per game, per start, if I did it that way, Williams might have the highest total.
Right.
He started 11 games last year. Everybody above him, 15, 15, 16, 17, 16. Everyone behind him, 16, 15, 16, 13. He started the fewest games of anybody in this list, but he ended up on it.
Yeah, that's right. He is always just all around the
flying
ball,
around.
He's so fast. All right.
How about that, though? He had more tackles. I'm not sure that's a good thing. Tackles isn't necessarily a measure of... it's a measure of being around the football.
Right.
But that's not always great. Right?
It could mean...
It could mean 7-8 yards down the field. You missed your gap, and you're recovering.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
and for a guy with that speed, you would think that that's happening a fair amount. If he's tackling guys, it's because he lost them and he's catching up.
So I'm not saying he's better than Milano, but he had more tackles last year in only 11 starts than Matt Milano's ever had in a season.
Wow.
That's pretty crazy.
That's crazy.
And then you're missing the last name on this list is the guy with the most tackles under Sean McDermott, led the league one season.
So he's another linebacker.
This has got to be the old one, right? Because we said there's.
Yeah, this is the older.
Yeah, the recent ones.
So.
The
2017 Bills. I feel like that's where we got to go.
Warmer.
Okay. 2018.
No, warmer is in you had the year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lorenzo Alexander?
No.
Is it cheating if I look at a roster, not the stats, just the names?
I think it is cheating.
Okay, all right, then I won't do that. I won't.
Especially since you know it's a linebacker.
Well, right.
Yeah, that seems.
It's.
I get. We're hurting here, so I understand.
You're gonna pull up a roster and go, it's not LaShawn McCoy.
Well, sure. I'm just
thinking you're not in no roster.
Preston Brown.
Bang. Preston Brown. Led the league in tackles in 2017.
That's also really surprising to me for some reason.
144?
Yeah, most by a Bill.
Wow.
Bernard, though, it's interesting. Brown with 144 had 0 sacks. Terrell Bernard with 143 tackles had 6.5 sacks a couple of years ago. Quickly on this, I did not mean to get to that, but who's the best defender under Sean McDermott ever?
That's a really good question.
For the Bills. Not going back to Luke Kuechly with Carolina. Who's their best? Is it Hyde? Longevity's going to matter here. Milano is probably, unless I am missing somebody, the only player currently that goes beginning to end.
Yeah, right.
Matt Milano is on the team that breaks the drought. He plays in the Jacksonville playoff game.
Right.
Between Tyrod Taylor and Blake Bortles and Doug Marrone, and he's in that game. I don't think he starts that game. Should double check. Does he ever end up starting that season? He starts 5 games for the Bills in 2017. He's a full-time starter every year after that. He was a first-team All-Pro. But there's injury seasons in there, right?
Right.
And you've got Tre'Davious White, who was an All-Pro, but then injuries, and he's back now. But
right.
So I guess he would kind of be the answer.
Front to back too, yeah.
But he just took a year in between, basically. Those are the 3, though, right?
Yeah. Does Teron Johnson deserve to be mentioned in there too a little bit?
Maybe if he gets
another 2 years of being elite, top sort of nickel guy in the league, I think he gets in that conversation.
Yeah.
Right?
That's right. Who, if I were putting a poll up, who would the 4 names be?
Milano, White.
You think Johnson would be the 4th?
Hyde. It's between probably Poyer and him, right?
The reason why I wouldn't put Poyer on here is even though he, I think, is in this tier. Because he was an All-Pro, right?
Yeah.
He's in this tier. I'm just taking a pretty educated guess to say I don't think there's going to be many that believe Poyer was better than Hyde was.
I
over the course of their whole careers. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe it should be Poyer.
To me, they have always been
they're so
equals and sort of just together. In my head, those two have been were such a mainstay, and were both so elite that I never thought to go, I think Hyde's a little better than Poyer. I don't know how. I'd be curious how many people out there thought that when they had them both at sort of the peak of their powers.
Right.
Were there people out there like, I think Poyer's better than Hyde? To me, they were just a package deal, and you had the best two safeties that you could have.
Johnson, by the way, to you bringing him up, he was a second-team All-Pro. So that's the tough part here is you got 5 Bills, unless I'm missing if there's a 6 somewhere, 5 Bills that have been an All-Pro on some level while Sean McDermott's been the head coach. I think, though, the other 4, Poyer, Hyde, Milano, and Tre'Davious White, all were first-team All-Pros.
Right.
And Taron Johnson was second team, so maybe that should be the reason why he'd be the odd man out if I were to put a poll up on this.
And, that's fair. And I think Johnson still has time to get himself in that conversation if he's got another 2-3 strong years left.
Right. He almost goes beginning to end. He's drafted in 2018.
Right.
So that's 7 years already. And he's got a contract. I think he's probably going to go a couple more. He probably ends up being the longest tenured of any of these guys. If he's got 3 years left in him, which he might. He plays he plays a position where those guys can age, but playing into their 30s and still be good, but your body's got to hold up, and that can be tough because when you are, what's Johnson, 5'11", 192, and you're so commonly being asked to slide into linebacker because teams are running the ball against your nickel base.
And just getting taken on giant blocks.
Right, your body can just get beaten down over time. It's kind of amazing he actually has played as much as he has.
I've always thought that about him. He's a slight guy, and he gets out there, and he goes against way, way bigger men and just flies through it, and he gets up, dusts off, and he is unbelievable. I feel like every night he makes a good play. He's really impressive to watch because of that, almost more than anything.
Yeah. Feel like he's the fifth man, though.
I agree.
Who are people going to answer, you think? Who are people going to say is the best defensive player that they've had under Sean McDermott?
I think Milano will get a lot of love there, and probably Hyde.
Those would be the top 2?
I think so. I think White deserves some love on it.
It's just going to, for him, be that it got interrupted.
Yeah, and he,
right.
And when it got interrupted, I think this will probably stick out with the Ravens. He looked so, or not with the Ravens, with the Rams. He looked so not himself.
Yeah.
And then, so I think that might stick in some people's minds just as a recency bias thing. And Milano ended up kind of coming in strong at the end of last year and looked better. So I think that'll help. Hyde never really flamed out that badly. So there's not really a picture of those guys struggling for people to kind of think about.
Yeah, and for, I guess maybe the difference there would be, really for Tre'Davious White, you only get, some guys will give you, this, and it's fine. We talked about running backs the other day with the Bills, and, all of them are, 4-year careers for the Bills. That's Tre'Davious White, really.
Yeah.
It is the 4 years of his rookie contract where he's healthy, missed only a couple games. He's an All-Pro multiple times. He's almost winning Defensive Rookie of the Year in his first season. He kind of walked into the league as maybe one of the better corners in football. And then year 5, year 6, year 7, all with the Bills are injuries.
Right.
He gets hurt on Thanksgiving in 2021.
That was so sad.
He comes back at the end of 2022. 6 games played there, and he started, but he wasn't the same.
He didn't look,
And then the next year, he started to look back to his form, and then bam, Achilles. So it's 11 games, then it's 6 games, then it's 4 games. So I've got 3 seasons that are kind of interrupted with injury, and Milano, you could have the injury part of it as well, where he has 2 seasons where he's really had that interrupted. That's the thing about Hyde and Poyer, though. Hyde and Poyer didn't really have that happen. They had more natural deterioration in their games.
Time.
Right. But, I guess Hyde did miss a full year, didn't he?
Yeah, that's true with that was that a neck injury or something?
He had a neck injury. He missed the one full season, 2022. Poyer, I guess, played it pretty much all the way through, but he looked pretty shot at the very end.
There were times at the end for him where it was like, whoa, he can't run anymore.
Yeah.
Really.
Like that's why I'm kind of curious how this would go and what people would say, because I think most would often just group them all together. Like this is the top tier of Bills defenders in the McDermott era.
Yeah, it's similar to
and
that.
You don't often even think about separating them. Like thinking to yourself, like especially Poyer with Hyde, I've never really thought much about who's better. Who's better than the other, because they were just, they were a package deal. It's Hyde and Poyer the whole way through. Although even that might kind of lend yourself to which one you might prefer. I feel like I always put Hyde first when I name the two. But that's just me. 803-0550 is the phone number if you got an answer on this. I did want to talk a little bit about this season's Bills defense today and what we should expect from them, where we should expect them to finish. Like, could they be a top 5 defense? Are they more likely to be 5 to 10? Are fans still thinking they're going to be like middle of the road defensively? Get to that a little bit as well. There's a lot coming up. We've got Jonathan Peterlin coming up at 8 o'clock. There's one NBA thing that I wanted to say today or talk about, because there is a real possibility that LeBron James gets traded this offseason. And the weirdest thing ever to me is that, like, ESPN especially has just been LeBron content.
Yeah.
Wall to wall for 20 years. Right? He's never been traded. And this is the first time it might happen. And nobody is talking about it.
I know. I've seen
nobody is talking about the possibility of LeBron, who is still incredible. 6th in MVP voting last year. He might get traded, and I'm not seeing much attention paid to it. It's very strange. So a little bit on that. And then also this NFL collusion case that is growing, and the NFL Players Association is maybe going to get like blown up in the process here. Like that's a huge story in the NFL right now that is happening, and it's getting worse, I think, on the player end of it. 803-0550 is the phone number. Who's the best Bills defender ever under Sean McDermott? Are we leaving somebody out? Let us know what you think. Joe DiBiase, Jeremy White is off today. This is WGR. Joe Marino with us on the Wester Hotline. Your most recent episode, Joe, or the last one I listened to about the 5 players that you believe are underappreciated. The one guy I wanted to ask you about was Dawson Knox, because I do think there is a level of frustration with Knox, but it's from fans, but it's mostly I think it's just based in what his contract is. So for you, when you look at his role on the field, and if you want to add in the contract piece of it as well, why would you consider Knox to be an underappreciated player at this point?
Well, I mean, his resume is among the Bills' franchise tight ends is pretty freaking good. Third most receiving yards all time, second most receiving touchdowns all time. If he has 2 receiving touchdowns this year, he'll tie Pete Metzelaars for the most. It's the number 2 in playoff receiving touchdowns behind Andre Reed. 9 for Reed, 6 for Knox. But, look, no one's going to love that he's had 22 catches each of the last 2 years. No one's going to love that he gets paid $9.8 million a season, right? That's where things get fluky. And I'm not here to defend that he's paid appropriately or that, that's a fair number for him, because it's not. But if you can compartmentalize and appreciate the player that he is on the field, he's very useful. He played the second most snaps of any offensive skill player last year for an offense that has an argument to be the best in team history. So if you want to measure it by catches, okay, I'm not going to be able to win that argument. But if you want to measure it in terms of a player's role and what they mean for a run scheme and how they free up your other players to function more from the slot because of what they can do in line, that leads to a very good overall offense, not very good, an elite NFL offense, one that might be the best the Bills have ever put on the field. Like, that matters a ton. And then there's the whole leadership component. Like, I think he is Bills DNA through and through. I think he's everything that McDermott and Beane want in a player. And this is really important. Like, you need players that set the tone, that set the standard, that are player-driven in terms of leadership. The best teams in sports are not coach-driven, they're player-driven. And Knox is a standard setter for the Buffalo Bills.
I did want to get into like kind of how the Bills' offense might evolve from last year to this year, but this kind of seems like an element that will be a focal point of their offense again. Is 6 offensive linemen, 12 personnel. Maybe they'll even run more of it this year.
Yeah, I think there's some identity pieces of the Bills' offense and that I expect to carry over year, where I do think you'll see a good amount of heavy personnel, which is multiple tight ends or multiple backs, or continuing to use that 6th offensive lineman. The Bills are very comfortable putting big people on the field, telling the opponent that they're going to run the ball and not caring, and they're very successful. The Bills had by far the highest EPA per run into heavy boxes, and the Bills will invite those types of things. And here's another thing. The Bills also face the high.
Some injury news out of San Francisco yesterday. 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk making significant progress on recovering from his ACL and MCL tear from last season. Matt Mayako of NBC Sports reports, though, that it's unclear if Ayuk will be ready to go for Week 1. He expects Ayuk to be on the PUP list to begin training camp and remain on the list until the season begins. LA Chargers running back Najee Harris suffered an eye injury over the weekend. His agent reported that the running back sustained a superficial eye injury from a fireworks mishap. However, he's expected to be fully ready for the upcoming NFL season. Women's finals at Wimbledon are set after yesterday's semifinals. Number 13 ranked Amanda Anisimova shocked the world yesterday, upsetting world number 1 ranked Aryna Sabalenka. She will face off against number 8 ranked Iga Swiatek. Swiatek defeated Belinda Bencic in 2 sets yesterday in their match. The final takes place tomorrow at 11. Men's side is set for today as well in the semifinal. 5th-ranked Taylor Fritz takes on Carlos Alcaraz at 8:30, number 2-ranked Carlos Alcaraz. And at 10:30, 6th-ranked Novak Djokovic takes on number 1-ranked Jannik Sinner. The winners of these 2 matches will play on Sunday at 11 for the final. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Structurally, the intent and design of the Bills' defense is geared towards increasing your probabilities of advantageous things happening for the Bills. What the Bills want to do is they want to restrict and condense the field as much as they can based on spacing that force you to do higher level of difficulty things to be successful. And the more times that you have to do that, the more likely it is that you can take away the football because you're restricting space or you're allowing the system to work for you where you're leveraging patterns, you're leveraging the field in a way that's going to create more opportunities to take away the football.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills. Really good discovery there and research by Joe on the Bills' turnovers defensively. I've spent a lot of time talking this offseason about what the Bills might lose offensively when it comes to not turning the ball over. It's just so hard. It's going to be so hard to replicate what they did last season with 8 turnovers the whole year. NFL, tied for the NFL record for the lowest. You just can't expect that you're not going to fumble like that over the course of the whole year. Fumble yourself. Does feel like maybe there is more control over turnovers in general on the defensive side of things than the offensive side of things. Sure, hold it high and tight, but you get a defensive player that's flying across the field at the right angle, at the right speed, and he punches the ball out and hits the ball clean. What are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to block it? Maybe that's going to start happening. Maybe the NFL is just really going to start becoming like the UFC, which is a Mark Andrews is going to see Terrell Bernard coming at him with a flying punch, and he's going to have to block it. Start learning boxing moves, like shoulder roll out of the way. Because a lot of times now you just see defensive players in the NFL just punch, just especially while the guy's being held up like in a pile. And as Joe pointed out, the Bills defensively, the turnovers has maintained really the entire time Sean McDermott has been the Bills head coach. I mean, all the way back to 2017, they kind of lived off turnovers. And as Joe dug up yesterday, the exact numbers on this, if you look at takeaways per drive and where they ranked, they took the ball away on 17% of drives last year. That was number 1 in the league. 16% in 2023, number 1 in the league. 14% in 2022, number 5 in the league. 14% in 21, number 7 in the league. 2020, they had 15%. That was number 2. So first, fifth, seventh, second. They have always been able to take the ball away. And that's the peanut punch. That is keeping it in front of you. A lot of what he just said there. Offensively, though, I think you're going to have it come back a little bit. So to follow up on this, Scott Kazmar, who used to do a lot of number stuff, now is a little more hot takey, but he had some number stuff this morning on this, that one big difference for the Bills might be just the overall fumble margin. That if you look at the defense, sure, they have held consistent on that, but their fumble margin last year was plus 14. The year before, plus 2. Minus 3 before that. Plus 5, 0, plus 2, plus 2, plus 1. The thing, though, that is impressive about that is it does show off that while, sure, they are probably not going to be fumbling 14 times fewer than their opponent this season. That's very, very unlikely. What it does show off is that skill level that the Bills have under Sean McDermott at forcing fumbles. It prevents you from ever having a minus 14 season, where last year you could view it as, look, okay, they got lucky. They got lucky in some ways because look at that. I mean, it's almost impossible to have 14 fewer fumbles than your opponent. How come the Bills have never had 14 more fumbles than their opponent? Because the defense is never going to let it get to that point. The defense is going to force turnovers at a rate that your offense can turn it over as much as they want. At worst, you're going to be close to even. And that's basically been true. Josh Allen, in the last probably, 3 years, has really stopped fumbling the football. Like, he still threw some picks, even in 22 and 23. But the fumbles kind of went away. But these numbers go back to 2017. Early Josh Allen fumbled a lot. There were a lot of fumbles when he would take off running. And even in those years, his rookie year, his first 3 years, +2, 0 on your fumble margin against your opponent. So, yes, the offense, maybe that comes back a little bit, but their defense deserves a lot of credit for holding firm at the top of the league in forcing teams to give them the football. We put a poll up last segment on who's the best defender the Bills have ever had under Sean McDermott. It's an interesting question to me because I just don't feel like we often separate the four or even the five if you want to include Taron Johnson. But for the purposes of this poll at WGR 550, Matt Milano, Trey White, Jordan Poyer, Micah Hyde. The results are going about how I would have thought, although there's one player that's further ahead than I would have predicted. I thought it might have been close between the top two choices. 52%, so more than than the other three combined, say that it's Matt Milano. And then 27% Micah Hyde, 15% Trey White, and 5% Jordan Poyer. How about that, by the way? 5 times as many people would say Hyde than say Poyer. Hyde's got a moment that Poyer doesn't necessarily have. And I think that does help him. And also, what also might help him is their entry point to the Bills. So they both signed in free agency in 2017. Hyde was a proven good starter in the league. He was not an all-pro safety. In fact, he wasn't even a full-time safety. In Green Bay, he was also a nickel corner. And he wasn't a full-time starter all 4 of those years in Green Bay, but he was very good. He was a very good player for the Packers. And he signed here on pretty good money. Like, there was an expectation, like, you should be pretty good when you arrive here. He exceeded that, but there was a level of expectation. We knew he was pretty good. And he had a moment. The Mac Jones interception in the perfect game. In a game that is always going to be remembered for offense and how the Bills scored on every drive. Maybe the play of that game is a defensive play. It is Hyde somehow tracking a ball like a left fielder, chasing down a home run over the wall, and intercepting Mac Jones on a throw that was there. Like, that was going to be a touchdown if Hyde isn't there to take it away. And Poyer, he has some moments, but not like that. If I were to rank the defensive moments of the Bills under Sean McDermott, I don't know what Poyer's highest ranked one would be. He had a pick 6 on Tom Brady in, I think, 2019, but the Bills lose that game. So I don't think it can't be that. I don't know what the next closest one would be for him. So, like, it kind of is almost an excuse for why so many more people would say Hyde than Poyer, even though they're so close. But that's where I would be. I would say Hyde's got the moment. Hyde's got the moment, and maybe there was just a little bit better, at the very end. Like, Poyer couldn't play safety anymore at the end. They had to kind of use him as a quasi-linebacker, playing down in the box and put Taylor Rapp back there. And Hyde was, even in that final season where he played, he was still pretty darn good. So I'm not surprised by that. Hyde would probably have been my answer. But you are splitting hairs here. Most are saying Milano, and how could you argue it? That's really what makes this such an interesting question is, how could you really argue saying any of the 4? There's a reasonable defense for any of them. And the guy that didn't even make it into the poll, and Taron Johnson, I think you could also make a reasonable argument. Speaking of moments, he has the number 1 moment. The pick 6 on Lamar Jackson. That's number 1. Right? That's number 1. That's over the Hyde pick. For sure. I would say that at least. I think most would. The Hyde pick on Mac Jones is definitely number 2, though. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you've got some reason for why you think one stands out above the rest on defensive players, feel free to do that. We will take your calls. I want to get to the current Bills defense a little bit more, and then also I was looking at the quarterbacks the Bills are going to play this year. As part of the point, I do think where you rank defensively sometimes comes down to who you play. How tough is your schedule quarterback-wise? And I think this year the Bills could find themselves ranking pretty darn high, given who they end up playing. Get to that coming up as well. It's Joe DiBiase. Jeremy's off today. It's a beautiful Friday. It's been very steamy, though. Steamy, humid, very buggy. I feel like I've been bit by 1,000 bugs in the last 2 weeks. But still, can't complain. Can't complain. It's been warm and rain's held off a little bit, and it's supposed to again today. So hang out, give us a call. Joe DiBiase, this is WGR. I did want to get into like kind of how the Bills' offense might evolve from last year to this year, but this kind of seems like an element that will be a focal point of their offense again. Is 6 offensive linemen, 12 personnel. Maybe they'll even run more of it this year.
Yeah, I think there's some identity pieces of the Bills' offense, and that I expect to carry over year, where I do think you'll see a good amount of heavy personnel, which is multiple tight ends or multiple backs, or continuing to use that 6th offensive lineman. You know, the Bills are very comfortable putting big people on the field, telling the opponent that they're going to run the ball, and not caring, and they're very successful. The Bills had by far the highest EPA per run into heavy boxes, and the Bills will invite those types of things. And here's another thing. The Bills also face the highest percentage of man coverage by a pretty good clip. They also face the highest percentage of one-high middle-of-the-field closed coverages. And this tells a story. This tells a story that teams last year were not impressed with the Bills' wide receiver talent. They were willing to play in man coverage, give you those one-on-ones on the outside, and load up to try to, stop passes to the middle of the field and stop the run. And that was widely unsuccessful, but that was at least strategically what defenses wanted to do against the Bills, right? You're talking massive swings of information here, not middle of the pack. You're talking top of the league. It tells a very clear story. And where the opportunity exists this year is with better receiver talent, hopefully with Josh Palmer and Elijah Moore. You've got better players to separate against man coverage. And if that's true, then you're going to get more split field safeties, which opens up the middle of the field, which is where your best pass catchers can operate, Khalil Shakir, Dalton Kincaid, and it gives you better run looks. So if this Bills puzzle of wide receivers works out this year in the way that I think the team hopes, I think it's going to change the narrative of how defenses play the Bills, which I think then creates a more explosive offense.
I did not mean to get to that, but who's the best defender under Sean McDermott ever?
That's a really good question.
For the Bills. Not going back to like Luke Kuechly with Carolina. Who's their best? Is it Hyde? Longevity is going to matter here. Milano is probably, unless I am missing somebody, the only player currently that goes beginning to end.
Yeah, right.
Matt Milano is on the team that breaks the drought. Like, he plays in the Jacksonville playoff game.
Right.
Between Tyrod Taylor and Blake Bortles and Doug Marrone, and he's in that game. I don't think he starts that game. Should double check. Does he ever end up starting that season? He starts 5 games for the Bills in 2017. He's a full-time starter every year after that. He was a first-team All-Pro. So, but there's injury seasons in there, right?
Right.
And you've got Tre'Davious White, who was an All-Pro, but then injuries, and he's back now. But
right.
So I guess he would kind of be the answer.
Front to back too, yeah.
But he just took a year in
absence,
between,
yeah.
basically. Those are the 3, though, right?
Yeah. Does Teron Johnson deserve to be mentioned in there too a little bit?
Maybe if he
gets another 2 years of being elite, top sort of nickel guy in the league, I think he gets in that conversation.
Yeah,
right?
That's right.
And they have converted 2 third and longs on this possession. Jones had just 129 yards rushing this season. Jones, pump, rifle downfield. Intercepted. Sliding catch made by Hyde for the pick.
Do you kind of hear the crowd there? That's the Hyde pick against the Patriots in the perfect game. It's because the ball's thrown really well. That is going to be a touchdown down the field. And the whole crowd's like, oh!
It's the crowd pop. If you would have had a crowd for Taron Johnson's
it's like a crowd
6,
gasp, though, before the pop even. Play it again. Play it again. Listen for the crowd right before Hyde catches the ball.
Rifle downfield.
Maybe it's not as exaggerated as I thought. You might be right. It might just be more of a pop.
But I was thinking,
still felt
too, when you hear that, you could rate these defensive plays and figure out the best one based on the crowd pop. But you can't with Taron Johnson because there's no one there.
Although it was still pretty loud.
True.
Even with only 6,000 people in the crowd. All right, quick phone call here. We've been talking a little bit about the defense today, not just the present-day defense, but the best defender under McDermott, but definitely on this season what the level of expectation should be for them. And I want to get to their opponent for that, which that could be fool's gold. That could lead you to, if you play a weak schedule and you rank 3rd, you might have more confidence that this will be the year they go in to play Kansas City and, they actually are able to stop them, even though you might not be as good as you think you are. But either way, to the phones. TJ in Brampton's next. What's up, TJ?
Yeah, I'm talking about the defensive coordinator, Bobby. I cannot believe they will not go outside and get a bona fide, qualified coordinator. You need a coordinator who can coordinate the team to contain Lamar Jackson and Kansas City. You have to bypass those 2 teams to win the Super Bowl or get to the Super Bowl. And they didn't do that. And it's appalling for them not to go out and get somebody who's well qualified. How are you going to get a linebacker coach to be a defense coordinator? A linebacker coach to coach as a defense coordinator? It's preposterous. It's madness. And I'm very angry because Buffalo is my team. Thank you.
Who did you want?
Well, I would take the guy well, I'm not sure who I would want, but I would like them to get somebody who is good, who I can look through.
Yeah. Thanks, TJ, for the call. I just don't know who that name would have been. Experience to me is overrated if you're just going for experience on somebody that the game has passed them by. I don't want Mike Zimmer to come be my defensive coordinator because he called defenses in 2002. Not every example of that. Sure, is there an advantage for Steve Spagnuolo? Dude's a wizard. He's a master at this. Yes, but the idea, I think, would be that you hope Babich is that or turns into that, And I don't know, I didn't really hear any big complaints about him specifically as a defensive play caller in 2024. There was nothing really that jumped out to me that would say, oh, that's an inexperienced coordinator right there. I don't know. Not to say everything was perfect and super well polished, but trying to think of examples of where you really hated. Like, there's no 2 years ago when Sean McDermott is filling in as defensive coordinator and he is calling the plays. I can think of a defensive play call that everybody hated. It was a 3rd and long against Denver on Monday Night Football, and he had just called a blitz, and it had worked, and then he called another one. The back-to-back blitzes. That I remember people hating. That's a play call defensively. And even before that, Leslie Frazier in the Bengals playoff game. Disaster. It's 3rd and 4, and your corners are 8 yards off the line of scrimmage. Just, here you go, take the first down. What was last year's version of that? Maybe I'm just misremembering. Maybe there was something. Maybe it's just the results overall, but I don't know. I tend to think that their lack of, their down season defensively had more to do with the players that were on the field and the lack of high-end talent because, to be honest, like Brandon Beane had missed a couple of high-level defensive picks and who had to play. And you had injuries. You had undrafted guys. Cam Lewis is out there on the field a lot, having to start games. You're reaching into your depth. You've got to play Rousseau and Epinesa more than like any defensive end they've ever. They couldn't have as much of a rotation as they usually like. They have to bring in defensive tackles off the street. I don't know. In terms of what they had to work with their personnel, I think they did about as good a job as you could have. Babich and McDermott. This year, again, you hope there's another level of that, though, because they went out and they've added. And the hope would be that those ads are going to be able to, be that difference. The play calling part of it, I guess they'll be under the microscope more, won't they? Babich will be under the microscope more this year because now you've got more tools in your tool bag. So come on, go build that top-end defense. The opponents the Bills have also will lend to this. I'll get to that when we come back. And also, why is nobody paying attention to the fact that LeBron James might be traded? Feels like that really might happen. Get to that as well. Coming up on WGR. Yesterday, I'm very sad to say I made like the worst fashion choice that I've ever made while golfing.
Ever made? That's significant.
Because I usually put a little bit of thought into it.
Right.
Just a little bit. I guess I learned yesterday that navy belt with black pants is like a big no-no in the do I even want to say the fashion world, but just getting dressed.
Yeah,
basically.
Color theory-wise, probably a little bit of an issue.
I guess I don't even know what happened, so I don't for me, when I get dressed in the morning, I'm trying not to wake my wife up. So I don't turn any lights on. It is just I use the flashlight on my phone. But I guess when reaching in for a belt yesterday, I did not realize I had grabbed the blue one.
Yeah, that navy will sneak up on you when all you have is a flashlight.
Yeah.
This is why you got to set out your clothes the night before.
Yeah.
You guys don't do that? Do you do that?
No, I do not do that.
No, I'm not 6 years old anymore. So
Whoa, wait a minute. This is a no. This is a time saver. If you pick out what you're wearing the night before, then it saves time in the morning.
Do any adults under any circumstances still pick out their clothes the night before? You think you're gonna get some company on that?
I feel like yes, it saves time. It helps you plan out what you're wearing. I think it's smart.
It might even be smart. It's not. Put a poll up. Put a poll up on it. See how many adults are still picking out their clothes the night before. I mean, it maybe is what I should do, right? I mean, that I wouldn't have a mistake like yesterday.
It would certainly be more efficient, I think.
It would be more efficient. if you are someone like me who's trying not to wake your wife up and you're getting dressed like in the dark
Right.
every morning, then it probably like me more than anybody really is like I should be the one that's taking Josh up on that. I did want to get into like kind of how the Bills' offense might evolve from last year to this year, but this kind of seems like an element that will be a focal point of their offense again. Is 6 offensive linemen, 12 personnel. Maybe they'll even run more of it this year.
Yeah, I think there's some identity pieces of the Bills' offense, and that I expect to carry over year, where I do think you'll see a good amount of heavy personnel, which is multiple tight ends or multiple backs, or continuing to use that 6th offensive lineman. The Bills are very comfortable putting big people on the field, telling the opponent that they're going to run the ball, and not caring, and they're very successful. The Bills had by far the highest EPA per run into heavy boxes, and the Bills will invite those types of things. And here's another thing. The Bills also face the highest percentage of man coverage by a pretty good clip. They also face the highest percentage of one-high middle-of-the-field closed coverages. And this tells a story. This tells a story that teams last year were not impressed with the Bills' wide receiver talent. They were willing to play in man coverage, give you those one-on-ones on the outside, and load up to try to, stop passes to the middle of the field and stop the run. And that was widely unsuccessful, but that was at least strategically what defenses wanted to do against the Bills, right? You're talking massive swings of information here, not middle of the pack. You're talking top of the league. It tells a very clear story. And where the opportunity exists this year is with better receiver talent, hopefully with Josh Palmer and Elijah Moore. You've got better players to separate against man coverage. And if that's true, then you're going to get more split field safeties, which opens up the middle of the field, which is where your best pass catchers can operate, Khalil Shakir, Dalton Kincaid, and it gives you better run looks. So if this Bills puzzle of wide receivers works out this year in the way that I think the team hopes, I think it's going to change the narrative of how defenses play the Bills, which I think then creates a more explosive offense.
Good morning. Some injury news out of San Francisco. Matt Mayako of NBC Sports reported yesterday that 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk has made significant progress on recovering from tearing his ACL and MCL last season. It's unclear, though, at this time if Ayuk will be ready to go for Week 1. Mayako expects Ayuk to be on the PUP list to begin training camp and remain on the list until the season begins. LA Chargers running back Najee Harris suffered an eye injury over the weekend. His agent reported that the running back sustained a superficial eye injury from a fireworks mishap. However, he's fully expected to be ready for the upcoming NFL season. The women's finals at Wimbledon are set after yesterday's semifinals matchups. Number 13 ranked Amanda Anisimova shocked the world, upsetting number 1 ranked Aryna Sabalenka in 3 sets, securing her spot in the final. She will have to face off against number 8 ranked Iga Swiatek. Swiatek defeated Belinda Bencic in 2 sets yesterday. The final takes place tomorrow at 11. On the men's side of the bracket, 5th-ranked Taylor Fritz takes on 2nd-ranked Carlos Alcaraz this morning at 8:30. And at 10:30, 6th-ranked Novak Djokovic takes on number 1-ranked Jannik Sinner. The winner of these 2 matches will play on Sunday at 11 for the final. Over in baseball, the New York Yankees win once again, coming back from down 5-0 to beat the Mariners 6-5. The Yankees will now sit 1.5 games back from the Blue Jays on the lead in the AL East. Elsewhere, the Boston Red Sox won their 7th straight game, beating the Tampa Bay Rays 4-3, and the New York Mets fell to the Baltimore Orioles in both games of a doubleheader, 3-1 and 7-3. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
And here's Flag. On the break, punching it home. Welcome to the league, Cooper Flag.
Well, that's what you're going to see out of him. First of all, the defense, the quick hands, and then his ability at 6'10" to get out and push it out ahead and outrun people, even with a live dribble.
Summer League in the NBA. Cooper Flag and Bronny James last night. Obviously, one of those players, going to be a superstar. The other, Bronny James. Credit to him, though. He's going to, I feel like the arrow is pointing up on him being, a real NBA player after his dad retires. He was good in the G League. He's been decent in this Summer League, from what I've seen. He'll never be, a good player. Bench rotational defender that can shoot. But there's a spot for you in the NBA if you can defend and if you can shoot 3-pointers. I don't think you can do much else, but maybe that's enough. 803-0550 is the phone number. It's Joe DiBiase here on a Friday. I think I played yesterday with the best golfer I've ever played in my life. You guys ever played a plus handicap golfer? Yeah. A scratch golfer. Plus handicap, better than a scratch golfer.
Yeah, Josh,
the best you've ever played with would be because for me, this is easily the best golfer I've ever played with. This was just our league match at Tri-County yesterday. I was having such a good 9 holes. And we were tied, but it was the best 9 holes I maybe ever had. This guy's 5 under going into 9. 5 under, and I'm just what are you, it's keeping up with, I don't know. It's probably what playing quarterback against Josh Allen feels like.
Well, that's got to be fun. Yeah,
I feel like I'm playing pretty well. This guy over here, he's just jumping over linebackers. What am I supposed to do? I'm Tua in this scenario.
Right.
I'm gonna have a pretty good game. I got 250 passing yards. I haven't turned the ball over. I got a couple of touchdowns, and then I look up and Josh is just throwing 80-yard passes over my defense's heads.
I played with Jeremy I think we were at Ivy Ridge one day, and he had a buddy that played college golf. It was a +3, and it was the same thing. I remember thinking on the first hole, I hit a great drive, I hit a really nice second shot, I hit a green, and I think I parred. And he, every shot he hit right after me, and I was like, oh. I felt really good about myself until 30 seconds later, and this guy just demolished a golf ball.
Yep. I try not to put myself in those situations because it's just going to kill my confidence for my game.
You think you play? Do you think you play better with worse golfers or great golfers? Because I think I play better with great golfers.
I definitely play better with
it's the pressure that makes you stay locked dialed in because the complete unrealistic expectation that I could keep up with this person.
Yeah,
That's what helps me in those situations.
When we did our match earlier in the spring, the four of us, I felt that way the whole time of like, I got to stay locked in because these guys are much better than me, and it's gonna be a battle to stay into this.
But some people, I feel like that could cause them to crack or to like feel like they should be playing better than they are and getting frustrated easier.
That was how I was feeling about hole 13 when we did that.
Yeah, that's I always feel more. I don't know. Maybe it is just pressure, and I like that because I used to, do that all the time. But I definitely feel better when I'm playing with people that are better than me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I like being the worst golfer in the group, which is maybe that's weird.
Interesting.
But because I feel like I elevate a little bit, even if I'm still the worst, I'm better than I normally am in a group like that, I think. Although I guess now that I'm thinking about it, that day that we played with the +3, I did not play that well. Maybe there's a cutoff there somewhere, around scratch probably, that they get so good that it's just I can't even compete with that in any realistic or meaningful way.
Yeah, that's a good question. What's I'm gonna put a poll up at Sneaky Joe Sports. What do you like more, being the best golfer in the group or the worst golfer in the group?
I feel like best golfer in the group is so much pressure, and you're almost never going to be so much better than everybody in the group.
Yeah,
that you're like trouncing on people. Where like I feel like going into a round, if you're the best guy, everybody's like, "Oh, you're going to win. You're going to beat us all. Like it's not even going to be close, whatever." And even if you're a 4 and everybody you're playing with is a 10, those guys can beat you.
Right.
Like they could. You could have a tough day and they could play really well.
Definitely.
And you could lose.
I also do like that's the other of you are the worst golfer in the group. In this scenario yesterday, it was like not a normal situation. Like playing against someone that good is very rare. Like normally, worst golfer in the group might mean you're a few strokes worse on average. I still feel like I would always want to pick the worst golfer in the group because you have that. This is kind of like is this the underdog mentality a little bit in sports, which is I feel like if you lose the match or whatever, like whatever, like this guy, look how good this guy is. Like what are you supposed to do? Whereas if you win, it's like holy cow! Can you believe that you
the
did guy with the lowest handicap won?
Right. Like I think that being the worst guy in the group is definitely more conducive to playing well than being the best guy in the group.
Did I just learn a little bit as to why Bills fans love the bulletin board material? A little bit.
Yeah, I think it's all connected.
All the doubt that they can get, although they're not getting right now. Not that I'm seeing. Last year. Like Bills fans might have enjoyed the lead up to last season more than this season because it would have felt like, all right, we're going to prove all these idiots wrong. Let's go. Right. Whereas this year, who are you proving wrong?
Yourself, if they're bad.
Yeah, right. Maybe yourself. Like if you have any doubt or belief that they can win the Super Bowl, but who doubts that? Who doubts that they could win the Super? Like I remember last year at training camp, Jeremy told a story. I don't know if it was someone he knew or maybe it might have just been a story from a podcast that even Travis Kelce like ran into a Bills fan and Kelce was like, "You guys are gonna get one."
Yeah,
like. The guys that beat you time after time after time are even like, yeah, eventually you guys are going to get through and you're going to beat one. Who is the person that believes they're never going to win one with Josh Allen? Even their biggest doubters. Is there somebody? There have been years where they've been doubted in a season, or maybe the coach has been doubted. Maybe that's the thing, that there's doubt about individuals, that, well, Sean McDermott, he'll never win a Super Bowl as the coach, or Bean will never win the Super Bowl as the general manager. But who believes that in the whole course of Josh Allen's career they won't win one? Who would bet that they don't? Because most people that I talk to and most people that I listen to are always talking like it would be incredible if they don't win one.
Yeah. I don't think anybody that has a good handle on the league thinks that they can't do it, like that they're not good enough,
or that they won't do it,
right? Or even that they won't. Exactly.
Right.
I think there are definitely, like you said, people that doubt aspects of the team, like theories of the team, like whether McDermott can do it, like you said, or whether the everybody eats thing is really good enough to get you there. I think we've seen that it is at this point, for the most part.
I guess the person that really might say right now, trying to figure out who would this be? Who would be the person that would say they will not win one? It might be the Bills fan that thinks it won't happen with McDermott. That Sean McDermott has some fatal flaw as a game manager or as a defensive play caller, and that we've seen that enough to know that it won't happen with that guy. And then if you combine that idea with another idea that they will never move on from Sean McDermott, because I don't believe they will, unless the quarterback wants them to. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think at any time in the near future you're going to have a different head coach. So I guess that's the person that would think it, right? The person that thinks that guy can't win it and that guy's going to be the coach for the rest of Josh Allen's career.
So therefore,
that person, therefore, would, I think, be the rare individual that doesn't think they're going to win one.
Doesn't that person also believe, though, that they will fire him? Do you think that
I don't know.
Or do you think that they're reserved to, or like they've written off that possibility?
I guess I just don't know how you could think they're gonna ever do it. Ever is strong.
I don't know.
Maybe in 6 years.
But
like anytime soon, I just don't. Again, I personally don't believe it would ever happen unless Josh Allen did it. And maybe I should leave some room for there is a future down the road where Allen could say to ownership or management, whoever, like I've had enough. Like right. Not even anything negative towards McDermott, just I'd like to try it with a different guy before I'm done playing. He's 29 right now. He's approaching his 30th birthday. If he's 32 and it still hasn't happened, would it be insane for him to think, I'm 32 years old. I've done this for a decade with this guy, and he's been great, but maybe I'd like to try it with a different guy before I'm done here? Like, right. I don't think that would be crazy. We saw Rodgers and Brady turn heel is the phrase in my mind. Rodgers did that more so. What am I thinking? They took the power a little bit more. They had the power sitting there in front of them. And for much of their careers, Brady and Rodgers didn't reach out and take it. They didn't. Brady has told stories, and there have been stories told that Belichick would lay into him, and it was not necessarily an enjoyable experience for him. And he was always treated like, it'd be harder on Brady than some of the other guys, but that there was a point in time where he felt like, I've earned being treated like more than just 1/11th. But right. This guy won't give it to me. This guy won't give me the not even just the credit, but the respect of, I'm Tom Brady, I've won 5 Super Bowls, and this guy's still treating me like I'm a rookie in 2001. But eventually, he reached out and he took that power and said, I'm leaving. And even before that, it sounded like he maybe tried to use it to stay in New England with a different coach in the Seth Weckersham book. So eventually Brady did do it, but it took till his mid-30s. Rodgers, a little earlier than that, right? His early 30s, where with McCarthy, it's like this guy, we're having team meetings down in the locker room, and he's upstairs doing whatever, just taking naps while this is happening. Like, come on, let's get serious here. And I think in part he helped get Green Bay onto a different coach.
Right.
So eventually those guys did get there, but it took them a while, and it took, for Rodgers more so, it took years of not winning. And for Allen, is there a time where he would do that? Same thing? Like, I think that power to kind of dictate what your franchise does is sitting there for Josh Allen. And really, other than maybe steering them towards Keon Coleman and Dalton Kincaid, because I think he did help do that in the draft process, steered them towards those two. Other than that, I don't really feel like Allen has been the type of guy to reach out, grab that power, and kind of steer the whole organizational game plan here.
We definitely haven't heard or seen anything to indicate that. It's possible that behind the scenes he's more involved than we know.
It's also possible he would do it, but he feels very comfortable and very, confident in, McDermott being the right guy and Bean being the right general manager and the moves being the right. Like, he could feel very confident they are doing the right things. He would take that power if he thought things were a disaster, but how could you argue things are a disaster other than they just can't beat the Chiefs?
Exactly. That's exactly the point. Like, he very well could be confident and comfortable enough to go take that and say something, but he doesn't have anything to say right now. Because they're good, and they've been good. And they've just got to figure out this one thing that he feels, I would imagine, is as much on him to do as anybody else, if not more on him than anybody else. So what, am I going to... I don't have a problem right now.
Yeah.
Maybe if it happens again, then it starts to creep in, and you're like, it gets introspective. Is there something else going on here that I can influence in some way that will give us a better shot? I would think that he's probably, at this point, with the career he's had so far and all that he represents, he's 100% aware of his ability to do that. And I think he would be comfortable in it. It's just he's not at that point. And I'm maybe a little more prepared for that to come than you are with McDermott in terms of them moving off of it. I think there's a possibility and a way that things work out that as soon as maybe this year, things similarly struggle. I mean, let's run through this a little bit here. If this year, this is obviously hypothetical, it's not likely, I am confident that this is not going to be how it goes. But let's say this year happens and that defense does not improve after all the investments made.
Yep.
And that defense does cost them a couple of regular season games that maybe cost them the 1 seed. And then you get into the playoffs and they face the same sort of turmoil in those moments. And there's another moment where that defense costs you a championship run with Josh Allen.
Yep.
I can see somebody over there going, you know what? We've given this a lot of grace here. We've given them a lot of time. They've been great. We acknowledge that. Yeah. But this is not where we are supposed to be. I could see that decision being made over there from somebody.
I guess if it did get made, it would catch everybody off guard whenever it happened. Like, the idea that it would be on the table for a long time, like a build-up to it. Like, that's how the Sabres are usually, right? Like, 2 years ago, you might have still been a little bit surprised, but as they're on their way to missing the playoffs for the 13th year in a row, it's months of, they're going to fire Granato? You think they're going to fire Granato? Right? Like, wondering that, but there was a lot of conversation kind of building up to that. I feel like if it ever did happen with McDermott and Bean, it would just kind of happen.
Right.
I'm a Denver Nuggets fan, and they won the championship 2 years ago. And this year, this is a little tough an example because they did it such a weird time. They did it like a week before the playoffs. But everybody got caught off guard. Like 2 years ago, they win the championship. They fire the coach and GM. This year, that had built that team and won that championship. Bang, they're gone. No lead up to it at all. No guessing that like this could be on the table. Like, just bang, there they are. They're out. And if it did ever happen here, I think that's typically how it would be more. You're right though. Like, I am not thinking at all about it. Like, and I'm not even sure I want it to happen. At least on the coach front, I just don't know. I think the only bad point I ever hear about moving on from McDermott is, well, who are you going to get? Because I do think with Josh Allen at quarterback, you could get almost anybody you want.
Right.
But not everybody you want, because I do think McDermott is a very, very good coach. I think he has progressed in a lot of ways. Like the things that might have been his weaknesses early on in his coaching career, I think have gotten a lot better. I think game management-wise, fourth down decision-making, I think the ability to kind of steer the offense in the right direction, even if it's the coordinator that's really, doing the dirty work on that. I've liked a lot of what McDermott's done. There are only a couple of active head coaches in the league I'd want to replace him with.
Right.
And again, on one hand, maybe I could count with that. Kevin O'Connell. I love Kevin O'Connell. And him being an offensive-minded coach is a bonus for me. That's the type that I would want. But why is he leaving Minnesota?
Yeah.
He just signed a contract extension. So McVay, LaFleur, it would have to be one of those elite offensive play callers. And those couple guys aren't coming available.
Right.
So unless somebody like that was out there, say
Yes.
it's not gonna be O'Connell. Who could Shanahan? Say the Niners have back-to-back horrific years, and for whatever reason, Shanahan and the organization split, and he becomes available. That's a guy where I'm going to be I'm going to want to do that. But it would take something on that level. And for me personally, it would have to be an offensive genius type of guy like a Shanahan. Otherwise, I don't need to see them fire Sean McDermott now or anytime soon. And different from you, I don't think it is close at all. Anywhere near happening in years.
Yeah, I don't think it's close. I just think
you think it's more possible than
I wouldn't be beside myself if things go the way that I laid out there, if that happened. If things took a downturn defensively, or not a downturn, stayed what they were last year defensively, I think then it becomes a real conversation. If you combine that with another playoffs where there's a moment and it doesn't happen, I think I could see them getting to that point.
And that's why, to kind of where this whole conversation started about who really does doubt them. There isn't that right now. Most people believe they will win one. That's kind of the other reason why I just don't think it will ever get to that point, because I still think they're going to win one. I think they are. I think it's more likely that they are going to win one before we ever even get to a head on this whole thing where does Josh Allen need to grab the reins and shake the team and decide okay, we got to do something different here. I think it's more likely they win one before that ever happens. And maybe it's this year. I think it's set up really, really well for them. When we come back, speaking of how it's set up for them, their schedule this year, the strength of schedule looks really good by all the numbers. If you look at it by who they play at quarterback, I think that could also lead you to think that this is a year where it is set up for them. 803-0550 is the phone number. We got some big Wimbledon matches this morning. Carlos Alcaraz is going to play in about an hour, I think, right? 8:30, as we're into the semis on the men's side. It's Joe DiBiase. Jeremy's off today. This is WGR. I did not mean to get to that, but who's the best defender under Sean McDermott ever?
That's a really good question.
For the Bills. Not going back to Luke Kuechly with Carolina. Who's their best? Is it Hyde? Longevity is going to matter here. Milano is probably, unless I am missing somebody, the only player currently that goes beginning to end.
Yeah, right.
Matt Milano is on the team that breaks the drought. He plays in the Jacksonville playoff game.
Right.
Between Tyrod Taylor and Blake Bortles and Doug Marrone. And he's in that game. I don't think he starts that game. Should double check. Does he ever end up starting that season? He starts 5 games for the Bills in 2017. He's a full-time starter. every year after that. He was a first-team All-Pro. So, but there's injury seasons in there, right?
Right.
And you've got Tre'Davious White, who was an All-Pro, but then injuries, and he's back now. But
Right.
so I guess he would kind of be the answer.
Front to back too, yeah.
But he just took a a year in
absence,
between,
yeah.
basically. Those are the three, though, right?
Yeah. Just does Teron Johnson deserve to be mentioned in there too a little bit?
Maybe like if
he gets another 2 years of being elite, top sort of nickel guy in the league, I think he gets in that conversation.
Yeah,
right?
that's right. Joe Marino with us on the Wester Hotline. Your most recent episode, Joe, or the last one I listened to about the 5 players that you believe are underappreciated. The one guy I wanted to ask you about was Dawson Knox, because I do think there is a level of frustration with Knox, but it's from fans, but it's mostly I think it's just based in what his contract is. So for you, when you look at his role on the field, and if you want to add in the contract piece of it as well, why would you consider Knox to be an underappreciated player at this point?
Well, I mean, his resume is among the Bills' franchise tight ends is pretty freaking good. Third most receiving yards all time, second most receiving touchdowns all time. If he has 2 receiving touchdowns this year, he'll tie Pete Metzelaars for the most. Mm-hmm. It's the number 2 in playoff receiving touchdowns behind Andre Reed. 9 for Reed, 6 for Knox. But, look, no one's going to love that he's had 22 catches each of the last 2 years. No one's going to love that he gets paid $9.8 million a season, right? That's where things get fluky. And I'm not here to defend that he's paid appropriately or that, that's a fair number for him, because it's not. But if you can compartmentalize and appreciate the player that he is on the field, he's very useful. He played the second most snaps of any offensive skill player last year for an offense that has an argument to be the best in team history. So if you want to measure it by catches, okay, I'm not going to be able to win that argument. But if you want to measure it in terms of a player's role and what they mean for a run scheme and how they free up your other players to function more from the slot because of what they can do in line, that leads to a very good overall offense, not very good, an elite NFL offense, one that might be the best the Bills have ever put on the field. Like, that matters a ton. And then there's the whole leadership component. Like, I think he is Bills DNA through and through. I think he's everything that McDermott and Bean want in a player. And this is really important. Like, you need players that set the tone, that set the standard, that are player-driven in terms of leadership. If the best teams in sports are not coach-driven, they're player-driven. And Knox is a standard setter for the Buffalo Bills.
An injury update on Brandon Ayuk. Matt Mayako of NBC Sports reported yesterday that he is making significant progress this offseason recovering from tearing his ACL and MCL. It's unclear, though, if Ayuk will be ready to go for Week 1. Mayako expects Ayuk to be on the PUP list at the beginning of training camp and remain on the list until the season begins. Chargers running back Najee Harris suffered an eye injury over the weekend. His agent reported that the running back sustained a superficial eye injury from a fireworks mishap. However, he is fully expected to be ready for the upcoming NFL season. Women's finals at Wimbledon are set after yesterday's semifinal matchups. Number 13 ranked Amanda Anisimova shocked the world yesterday, upsetting the number 1 ranked Aryna Sabalenka in 3 sets, securing her spot in the finals. She'll have to face off against number 8 Iga Swiatek as she defeated Belinda Bencic yesterday in 2 sets. The final takes place tomorrow at 11. On the men's side, 5th ranked Taylor Fritz faces off against 2nd ranked Carlos Alcaraz in about an hour at 8:30, and 10:30. 6th ranked Novak Djokovic takes on number 1 ranked Jannik Sinner. The winners of these 2 matches will play on Sunday at 11 for the final. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
When you watch Deion Dawkins play, you just have to know that nobody is better than Deion Dawkins in his mind. Jared Verse comes at him, chop. You give him hands to chop, he's going to chop them, and he's going to sit on you. Like, he is going to do everything he can to break your sword, to break your will. That's how Deion Dawkins is wired. Deion Dawkins took his split. He's out here in space right here. He's just looking. If Jared Verse wants to get his hands on him, Dawkins is going to knock him off. And then he's going to drill him right into the ground. And then he might sit on him, or he might go hit him again. Like, it's never over. That's how Dawkins plays the game. That's how he's always going to play the game. That's why you want him on your offensive line.
Really good, fun video for 60 seconds to a minute on Deion Dawkins. That's Brian Baldinger, Baldy Breakdowns. Dawkins... It is wild, too, to see him on those videos lined up so far off to the left. Like, he wants that island. That's Jared Verse that he's going up against in the video, who was awesome as a rookie. Like, that dude's got Defensive Player of the Year chops. And Dawkins just destroying him in that clip. Dawkins, by the way, I thought about him the other day. I want to get to this quarterback thing, but before that, while Dawkins comes up here, the other day I was thinking about all the stuff around Josh. You know, how good is the infrastructure? How much help are they really giving him? And I was thinking about the 90s. We shared a lot of memories yesterday about first games at the stadium, and there were a lot of good 80s and 90s references that were brought up. And was thinking about that team and how Kelly is at the helm, but he's got Hall of Famers all around him. He's got, what is it, 4 other Hall of Famers, including Marv, Thurman, Andre, Bruce. 4 Hall of Famers. How many does Josh have? And those 4 were all with Kelly the whole time. The whole time. Josh has how many? Dawkins might be one of them. That's possible. He's got some work to do, of course. Like, he's going to have to be one of these tackles that plays close to 40 at a really high level. But that does happen a lot. Jason Peters just retired at like 44. And he was playing awesome in his late 30s. Trent Williams is still arguably the best tackle in football, and he's like 37. So Dawkins could be one of those guys. And as you become a bigger and bigger star in the league on offensive line, it's harder to ever lose that. Like, once you've become a household name on the offensive line, you kind of keep it. Quentin Nelson is one of these guys. Quentin Nelson was a top-end pick, guard for the Colts, like all-time great guard prospect. And then he showed up and he was great right away, and everybody knew it, and he was such a high draft pick. It's like, oh, Quentin Nelson's going to be great forever. And it was a couple years ago, I think, where even the last 3, But there was a couple-year period there where Quentin Nelson hasn't actually been that good. But he's still making the Pro Bowl because everyone knows who Quentin Nelson is. And how many guards do you know? Oh, Quentin Nelson, he must be good. Dawkins, 4 Pro Bowls in a row. You better believe All-Pro is next. All-Pro is going to be next. And he helped start this Offensive Lineman Protector of the Year award. I kind of feel like he's going to win one of those. He started the thing, basically, so I think that's going to help him win one. And if he plays into his late 30s and has all these Pro Bowls and has a couple of All-Pro appearances and he's got a Protector of the Year award and the Bills win a Super Bowl with him at left tackle playing for 10, 15 years. I mean, 10, he's already at 8. This will be year number 9, so 10's not much. 15, 16, 17 years, like, That's a Hall of Fame career. Diggs, maybe, but I think that's probably not going to happen. Maybe, like, who? Kelly had all these Hall of Famers around him. Josh doesn't. He has a lot of good players around him, but there's no, who's the Thurman? Who's the Bruce? Mahomes has got Kelsey and Chris Jones and Andy Reid. Maybe McDermott's your answer. McDermott, if he wins one Super Bowl and finishes with a record of he's around a 700 win percentage for his career, McDermott might actually be the next name that you would get to. Was looking at the schedule. We talked a little bit about the defense earlier for the Bills and what they could be this year. And part of that, like where they might rank, I think who you play influences that a lot. And I think the Bills play 13 quarterbacks right now. I've got listed on their schedule. The division twice, so it's only 13. There are, I think, only 6 legitimately good quarterbacks, and everybody else has the potential to be bad or a quarterback the Bills could dominate. The top end guys, the ones that it'll be a job to stop these guys. Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes. Like, those are the 4 kingpin quarterbacks that you play over the course of this year. 4, though, is not a ton, There are guys that are missing on that list. You do not play Jared Goff this season. You do not play, I don't know why Brock Purdy was the second name that came to my mind, but he would be ranked highly up there. You don't play Stafford, Dak, a lot of those good NFC quarterbacks. You don't play Jaden Daniels this season. You don't play Justin Herbert this year. So there's a lot of good ones that you're missing. You have 2 guys that I think are definitely good, and that is C.J. Stroud and Baker Mayfield. Those guys are good. They're good quarterbacks. Mayfield, maybe there's an argument that he's a little bit above that, leading the league in touchdown passes the last 2 seasons, but not elite quarterbacks. Everybody else, Drake May, we'll see, right? At best, that's a we'll see. Aaron Rodgers, we'll see. What version of him do you get? He's 41. Bryce Young, Michael Penix. Who knows? Bryce Young might have had a resurgence in his career and might be more of a threat than I'm giving him credit for. I feel like, though, that's a quarterback the Bills could obliterate. Penix, maybe the same thing. Penix made some nice throws last year, but he's kind of immobile, and maybe the Bills can get to him. Tua is just terrible against the Bills all the time, so you want to put him almost in the bottom tier because you assume he will play bad against the Bills. It always happens. And then Justin Fields, Tyler Shuck, whoever starts for the Browns. That's the thing. It is like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 quarterbacks the Bills will play this year that are either bad or question marks at best. Maybe Drake May is the one guy you would say, like, he's more likely to kind of escape that tier. But that's a long list of quarterbacks you would expect the Bills to be able to have a good day against. Drake May, Aaron Rodgers, Bryce Young, Michael Penix, Tua, Fields, Shuck, and then, who's starting for the Browns by the end of it? We will actually ask Jonathan Peterlin about that because we're going to talk about Cleveland a little bit coming up at 8 o'clock as we're going through the Bills' opponents. And that could be Flacco, that could be Shadur Sanders, that could be Dylan Gabriel. By the time the Bills play them a little bit later on, it's probably one of the younger guys, but again, we'll find out about that a little bit later. This was the case 2 years ago. 3 years ago, even. There was a year where the Bills played a bad quarterback slate. And they had some amazing defensive numbers. There was, though, I remember like Aaron Schatz's DVOA, which takes into account who you play, had them lower. Because it's like, well, you guys are getting fat off of the bad quarterbacks that take a million sacks. What year was that? I think it was the 2022 season. Yeah, the Bills go against Pittsburgh, who would have had Rudolph, in Tennessee with Tannehill, Chicago. Yeah, maybe it was that season. I forget which year it was.
Are you sure it wasn't 2021?
I'm looking now. I think you might be right. 2021. Pittsburgh with the Roethlisberger still, right? Old Roethlisberger, Tua, Taylor Heineke, Davis Mills gets shut out. Yeah, this is the year. Tannehill, Tua again. Trevor Lawrence is a rookie when he was terrible. Whoever the Jets are going with, Zach Wilson. Yeah, 2021 is the year. That's the year they put up crazy good defensive numbers, and if you look at the quarterbacks they played that year, it is nobody. They did not play anybody that year, except for like Mahomes early on. 803-0550 is the phone number. Jonathan Peterlin is coming up at 8 o'clock. And I want to get to this LeBron thing as well. He might get traded, and nobody seems to care. That when we come back here on WGR. Who is the person that believes they're never going to win one with Josh Allen? Even their biggest doubters. Is there somebody? There have been years where they've been doubted in a season, or maybe the coach has been doubted. Maybe that's the thing, that there's doubt about individuals. That, well, Sean McDermott, he'll never win a Super Bowl as the coach, or Bean will never win the Super Bowl as the general manager. But who believes that in the whole course of Josh Allen's career they won't win one? Who would bet that they don't? Because most people that I talk to and most people that I listen to are always talking like it would be incredible if they don't win one.
Yeah. I don't think anybody that has a good handle on the league thinks that they can't do it. Like that they're not good enough to
or that
do
they
it.
Won't do it.
Right, or even that they won't. Exactly. Right. I think there are definitely, like you said, people that doubt aspects of the team, like theories of the team, like whether McDermott can do it, like you said, or whether the everybody eats thing is really good enough to get you there. I think we've seen that it is at this point.
The other day I was thinking about like all the stuff around Josh. You know, how good is the infrastructure? How much help are they really giving him? And I was thinking about the 90s. We shared a lot of memories yesterday about first games at the stadium, and there were a lot of good 80s and 90s references that were brought up. And I was thinking about that team and how Kelly is at the helm, but he's got Hall of Famers all around him. He's got, what is it, 4 other Hall of Famers, including Marv, Thurman, Andre, Bruce. 4 Hall of Famers. How many does Josh have? And those 4 were all with Kelly the whole time. The whole time. Josh has how many? Dawkins might be one of them. That's possible. He's got some work to do, of course. Like he's going to have to be one of these tackles that plays close to 40 at a really high level. But that does happen a lot. Jason Peters just retired at like 44. And he was playing awesome in his late 30s. Trent Williams is still arguably the best tackle in football, and he's like 37. So Dawkins could be one of those guys. Get to the LeBron thing in a little bit. I'm going to get Ron and Alden here, who's been waiting on the phone lines. 803-0550, the phone number. What's up, Ron? Morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Real quick, on KC, last year, obviously, we knew they didn't have a great regular season. I thought we were going to beat them in the playoffs. I never thought us losing them. I want to know, was KC last year's regular season what they really were and they got hot in the playoffs, or was they really were a good team, they just didn't look good in the regular season because they didn't care, and then in the playoffs they turned it on? Because if they were bad last year, I think it'd be better this year. I think it'd be worse. I mean, I just want to know your real thoughts on KC, and I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, man.
Yeah, thanks. I don't think they got hot. I think they got lucky to get the 1 seed. Think that is why they made the Super Bowl. If they get the 3 seed, they lose. They don't make it. I think they don't beat the Ravens. The Bills is the problem in this scenario, because to me, I look at their path and say they get the 1 seed, they get a Texans team that had no business being there. The Texans, I mean, the Chargers just pooped their pants the week before, like holy cow. And the Texans, without any offensive line to speak of, and losing 2 of their top 3 receivers, which was like the identity of the team. They just got hurt. Diggs and Tank Dell were doing great, but they're both out. So Houston, with not much reason to be there, loses a low-scoring game in the divisional round. It's like you get a first-round bye, you get an easy Texans opponent in week 2. All they had to do was beat the Bills, and that's their skill. They have things ready for the Bills that the Bills are not expecting, and that's the key. They are, how could you say they're not? They're built to beat the Bills. They got smoked by the Eagles, so I don't think they really got hot. They got to skip week 1 of the postseason. They got an easy AFC South opponent in week 2. They got smoked in the Super Bowl. The only game they really played that well in was the Bills game. And did they even play well in that game? I think it would be hard to say they didn't, right? They played well. They scored 30 points. It was like the first time they had scored 30 points in like 3 months or the whole year even. Yeah, they're frustrating. They are frustrating. 2 years ago, you could say they got hot. 2 years ago, they have to go on the road. Mahomes had a pedestrian regular season. He really turned it on in the playoffs. They win in Baltimore. Like that year, you could say they got hot. It's last year that I don't think they did. I think they got really lucky to make the Super Bowl. 803-0550 is the phone number. Jonathan Peterlin coming up next. We're going through the Bills' opponents. Cleveland. Not talked about Cleveland yet. Who is going to be their quarterback by the end of the season? And I've heard a little bit of, hey, maybe this team could actually be sneaky competitive. I think Sam Monson's one that I've heard kind of make that case. So we'll see if Jonathan agrees with that as we go through another Bills opponent coming up next here on WGR. Yesterday, I'm very sad to say I made like the worst fashion choice that I've ever made while golfing.
Ever made? That's significant.
Because I usually put a little bit of thought into it.
Right.
Just a little bit. I guess I learned yesterday that navy belt with black pants is like a big no-no in the do I even want to say the fashion world, but just getting dressed.
Yeah,
basically.
Color theory wise, probably a little bit of an issue.
I guess I don't even know what happened. So for me, when I get dressed in the morning, I'm trying not to wake my wife up. So I don't turn any lights on. It is just I use the flashlight on my phone. But I guess when reaching in for a belt yesterday, I did not realize I had grabbed the blue one.
Yeah, that Navy will sneak up on you when all you have is a flashlight.
Yeah.
This is why you got to set out your clothes the night before.
Yeah.
You guys don't do that? Do you do that?
No, I do not do that.
No, I'm not 6 years old anymore. So
Whoa, wait a minute. This is no. This is a time saver. If you pick out what you're wearing the night before, then it saves time in the morning.
Do any adults under any circumstances still pick out their clothes the night before? You think you're gonna get some company on that?
I feel like yes. It saves time. It helps you like plan out what you're wearing. I think it's smart.
It might even be smart. It's not. Put a poll up. Put a poll up on it. See how many adults are still picking out their clothes the night before. It maybe is what I should do, right? I mean, that I wouldn't have a mistake like yesterday.
It would certainly be more efficient, I think.
It would be more efficient if you are someone like me who's trying not to wake your wife up and you're getting dressed like in the dark every morning. Then it probably like me more than anybody really is like I should be the one that's taking Josh up on that. The other day I was thinking about like all the stuff around Josh. How good is the infrastructure? How much help are they really giving him? And I was thinking about the 90s. We shared a lot of memories yesterday about first games at the stadium, and there were a lot of good 80s and 90s references that were brought up. And I was thinking about that team and how Kelly is at the helm, but he's got Hall of Famers all around him. He's got, what is it, 4 other Hall of Famers, including Marv, Thurman, Andre, Bruce. 4 Hall of Famers. How many does Josh have? And those 4 were all with Kelly the whole time. The whole time. Josh has how many? Dawkins might be one of them. That's possible. he's got some work to do, of course. Like, he's going to have to be one of these tackles that plays close to 40 at a really high level. But that does happen a lot. Jason Peters just retired at like 44, and he was playing awesome in his late 30s. Trent Williams is still arguably the best tackle in football, and he's like 37. So Dawkins could be one of those guys.
Good morning. Some injury news out of San Francisco as Matt Mayako of NBC Sports reported yesterday that 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk has made significant progress on recovering from tearing his ACL and MCL last season. It's unclear at this time, though, if Ayuk will be ready to go for Week 1. Mayako expects Ayuk to be on the PUP list at the beginning of training camp and remain on the list until the season begins. LA Chargers running back Najee Harris has suffered an eye injury over the weekend. His agent reported that the running back sustained a superficial eye injury from a fireworks mishap. However, he's fully expected to be ready for the upcoming NFL season. The women's final at Wimbledon are set yesterday after the semifinal matches. Number 13 ranked Amanda Anisimova shocks the world yesterday, upsetting number 1 ranked Arina Sabalenka in 3 sets to secure her spot in the final. She'll have to face off against number 8 ranked Iga Swiatek. Swiatek defeated Belinda Bencic in 2 sets yesterday. The final takes place tomorrow at 11. On the men's side of the bracket, 5th ranked Taylor Fritz faces off against 2nd ranked Carlos Alcaraz this morning at 8:30, and at 10:30, 6th ranked Novak Djokovic takes on number 1 ranked Jannik Sinner. The winner of these 2 matches will play on Sunday at 11 for the final. Over in baseball, the New York Yankees win once again, coming back from down 5-0 to beat the Mariners 6-5 in extra innings. The Yankees now sit 1.5 games back from the Blue Jays for the lead in the AL East. Elsewhere, the Boston Red Sox won their 7th straight game, beating the Tampa Bay Rays 4-3, and the New York Mets fall to the Baltimore Orioles in both games of a doubleheader 3-1 and 7-3. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
For me, yeah, I have ran into some quarterback trouble. I can't throw the ball to myself. The guys that I have played with in the past were not bad quarterbacks. It wasn't that. It's just kind of the situation. It's not an I type of sport. This is a team sport. Like, I can't throw the ball to myself. And you have a great quarterback who doesn't have good blockers. He can't throw the ball right. And if you don't have coaches putting people in position, you see what I'm saying? There's a lot that goes on. So just learning the sport, you kind of see that the position that I'm in, it's not just a thing that I can do on my own. You know, maybe at DB, to a certain extent, they can just make a play. Maybe at linebacker, they can just run, tackle somebody. But at receiver, I got to wait.
That is Bills wide receiver Elijah Moore. Can't throw the ball to myself. He might have a case for that for the quarterbacks he's played with, but also I don't know how that feels. It's not necessarily... It sounds like excuse making a little bit for why you haven't put up more numbers this year, but again, I think he's a bit of a defense on that. Anyways, Elijah Moore, last year of the Browns. We had our current guest, Jonathan Peterlin from 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland in April after Moore signed with the Bills right after the draft. Thanks for joining in, Jonathan, and previewing the Browns with us this year.
Hey, Joe, how's it going, man?
Pretty good. Before actually I get to football, I've been... talked a little bit earlier about this. I wanted to get to it later about LeBron and maybe being traded in the NBA and why it's almost kind of weird to me that ESPN or like the big, talking networks that are trying to fill a slow part of the sports calendar maybe aren't spending much time on that. Is there just no belief that it'll actually happen? Because I don't know, like it does feel like the Lakers are more interested in the future. And he put a pretty clear statement, I thought, out through his agent that, like, if that's going to happen, I might want to go somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, it is weird because you'd think ESPN would just latch onto it and all the major places would. I mean, I would if I were them. I have locally, if we're being honest. It's not like I've shied away from it. Yeah. It's a pretty dead NFL time of the season. And so, like, so the problem that comes up with this is that for the Cavs to actually make a trade after LeBron opted in, it's going to be really, really hard. Mm-hmm. And everyone keeps pointing how hard it would be. But if anybody could make it happen, it'd be LeBron and Rich Paul trying to find a way to navigate it. But I think the big belief there is that LeBron's not going to take some sort of buyout option, so it's not going to end up being a cheap thing. Mm-hmm. And ultimately, it just doesn't seem like – it seems like LeBron is doing the same thing that LeBron always does, which is just tries to make a team – bend to every decision that he wants to have happen. And this is what he does with the Lakers. He did it in Cleveland. He did it in Miami. Yeah. And it's probably what he's doing right now. So he's almost like the boy who cried wolf. And for some reason, the national publications just started latching onto it.
Yeah. We had me and our co-host Jeremy, who's not here today, we had a debate last week about what the best possible story would be for him. Yeah. And like Jeremy really wants to see him and Steph play together. So like him going to the Warriors, and there were trade rumors at the deadline. For me though, like I've been consistent on this. I don't know, like you just kind of put it that way. It'd be very, very hard for them to do it. But given that the East looks pretty weak right now, like him kind of finishing the story in Cleveland to me would be like, I think that would be the number one story if I could nitpick anything that would happen with him.
Yeah, and I think you're right, and I think that's why a lot of people here continue to have some hope, even though it doesn't seem very likely, because if we know anything about LeBron loves a story. Like, LeBron is a storyteller at the end of the day. He loves narratives, and he loves that. And so, like, if anybody were to latch onto it, but, like, it's weird. So many people are thinking that, like, the Knicks would be a higher possibility than the Cavs. And it's like, I get the connection with Mike Brown. Sure, fine. He does. LeBron does love Mike Brown. He does. But, like, that's not enough for LeBron, unless he just thought the only hang-up I have on that, tell me if you agree with this or not, but the only thing I think that would, like, incentivize LeBron is that he could create a new narrative about himself. Like Peyton Manning, for instance. What do we talk about with Peyton Manning? It's that he went to 4 Super Bowls with 4 different head coaches. We look at him like, wow, he could do it with anybody. If he won with New York, he won with 4 different places, and he might be able to turn around. And instead of it seeming like he's always hopping from place to place to place, the narrative would then be, whoa, wait, LeBron took 4 different franchises? He won with 4 different places? Man, he really could just win anywhere. And I think that'd be a way to kind of differentiate himself from MJ, who obviously just won with the Bulls.
I think you're onto it there with the name. Like the number one thing for him there might just be like, oh, I won with the Knicks. Like that just feels like an accomplishment in its own right. That like, not that they're not that far away. I mean, they are. If they're not right there with the Cavs as the betting favorite in the East, I'm sure they're close behind. But there would just be something about doing it there on an organization that has kind of been laughed at for decades. It would be bragging rights. It would be more bragging rights. I'm not even sure he needs it, but it would be another feather in his cap. Something he hasn't done yet.
They haven't won in 50 years.
Right.
I was talking with my co-host on my show about like the impact that winning in New York has, because like think about like how insane they go when they just make it to the conference finals. I mean, they like shut down Times Square after some of those wins. Like it's a big city for a reason, and they're obsessive about basketball. So like, yeah, the impact would be huge.
Right, the business part of it too. So yeah, I'm very curious in how that develops, and I think, but even money, I would pick that he stays with LA, but I'm kind of hoping that we get something new with him. Jonathan Peterlin with us on the Wester Hotline. So we've been going through the Bills' opponents this week, Jonathan, and Cleveland is late in the year, and whenever we talk quarterback with, and I think we've asked you this way earlier in the offseason, like whenever we look at the Bills' schedule, like we kind of have a good idea of which quarterback will be in that game in every single week until you get to Cleveland really late in Week 16, which I don't even know if I want to ask you who will be the starter of that game, because how could you possibly? It's tough enough to predict Week 1 for them, let alone Week 13 or Week 16, I would assume.
Yeah, I mean, this is like an impossible scenario, but for you, Joe, we'll try. So how I think it's going to go down is I think Joe Flacco is going to win the job. And then I don't know if you've seen the Browns schedule or not, but the first 6 weeks are just brutal. All you're doing is you're playing every AFC North quarterback. That's Burrow, that's Lamar, that's Rodgers. And then you also you got a trip to London in there to play J.J. McCarthy. It's probably the easiest thing. Jordan Love is in there. The point is that it's a lot of tough quarterbacks in the first 6 weeks, extended up to the first 7 or 8. It's not an easy schedule. So I think Joe Flacco gets to start out of the gate. And I think he struggles, but does Joe Flacco things where some of it's fun, some of it isn't fun, and ultimately the thing starts to take a dip down. And then I think it's Shedeur Sanders after that. And then the bet I'd be making is Shedeur keeps the job the rest of the way. But more people than not believe that we'll see all 4 quarterbacks, and that's Kenny Pickett included, that's Dylan Gabriel included. Then we'll just see a sweet transition from Joe to Shedeur, and that's it.
Would that imply that they would keep all 4? Because doesn't that seem unlikely, or do you think that they would do that?
The prevailing thought right now, so I don't think they will. I think the Kenny Pickett stuff is all just them trying to drive up some sense of a price. I think the Browns love the idea of getting, if they traded for him initially for a 5th-round pick in DTR, if they can get a 4th-round pick or even a 5th-round pick back, I think the Browns are like, sweet, that's awesome. So I think it's a lot of conversation about them trying to drive up price for somebody, because if you look around the room, the only one with actual value, just based off of, I don't think Kenny Pickett's any good, but based off of what we've seen within actual interest would probably be Kenny Pickett. So I think that's what they're doing. But like the prevailing thought right now is that they want to keep all 4, and they're going to try to go through the season with 4 at least to start. And it's just, I don't see it happening, but it wouldn't surprise me based off of just the idea that if you start Joe Flacco, well, what's Kenny Pickett going to do? It's not like he's got any other options. And so maybe they really do believe that Kenny Pickett after that can come in, start some games, and be their Sam Darnold project and go from there.
Yeah. The most he would do, like, I guess would be if Flacco starts the year and they are, pretty competitive, maybe they're losing a couple more games than they want, but it looks better than the worst case scenario. They would have to be live, right? Like they would have to be live to be in the race at some point where you would go to Pickett over a young guy if you're going to make a quarterback change. But that's where it kind of is weird, because if you are at a point where you want to make a quarterback change, I would assume you're probably not that competitive for a playoff spot.
So the only hang-up I would have on that, I agree with a lot of what you said. The only hang-up I would have is the Kevin Stefanski effect of all this. Like if he's starting to feel like he's got to show people that he's that quarterback whisperer that everyone thinks that he is. This is all ego-driven and this is all perception-driven, but sometimes that's why they make decisions in the NFL. I could see him saying, I want to do this with Kenny Pickett. And what he would tell everyone is Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders, not ready, and then he wants to turn Kenny Pickett into Sam Darnold, or he wants to turn him into his version of Sam Darnold or Geno Smith, and just get a bunch of credit for basically making someone like Kenny Pickett that was left for dead in Pittsburgh and make him good again. And I think he cares about that image. And if I'm Stefanski, listen, I don't blame him for that. I would try to protect the quarterback whisperer image as well, especially when it's been 6 years and you haven't really done anything with quarterbacks, and somehow you're still seen as this great quarterback coach.
Right, and he definitely is. Like, 2-time coach of the year, like when I look at a list of head coaches and think about those types of guys, he does still come up in my mind, even though, right, like maybe he's not got the resume as like a Kevin O'Connell starting to develop that. But like you said, like why does O'Connell get that? It's because he's now done it with Sam Darnold, who nobody else could do that with. And once you are able to accomplish that, I think as a coach, you're made for at least a few years.
It's one of the more mind-blowing narratives to me that Kevin Stefanski as a head coach gets all this credit for developing quarterbacks. And it's like, who's he made better? Like, even Jacoby Brissett, when he started 11 games in place of Deshaun Watson, looked like every time we've ever seen Jacoby Brissett, but people are like, oh, well, Brissett was awesome. It's like, no, he was. He was fine. He looked the same in Indy, too, a couple years prior. Like, it's so befuddling to me. And I like Stefanski. I think he's an adult. I think he's got himself well put together. But, like, I don't know what he's done to make everyone in the national media just believe that he can do this quarterback thing, because I got no evidence through 6 years that he can take a quarterback and then make him into something. I think he thinks he's Kyle Shanahan. I think I've told you this before, but he's far from it in that respect.
Yeah. You know what I really think it is? I think it's got to just be he made the playoffs with 5 different guys, right? Like, and that's not answering your question of like who he's developed, because none of those guys are, I mean, Joe Flacco could be a starter this year, but none of those other guys are starters in the league at all. But just the simple fact of he made the playoffs with 5 different starters over the course of the year, I think probably is the thing that's giving him a lot of credit, even though, like, what's really the value of that? The value of that would be, oh, if he did it once, he could do it again. And I don't know, like, that would be this year. This year, he's got 4 guys in that quarterback room. If he could do it again, it would, I think, be crazy, but who is expecting them to start like 3-4 different quarterbacks this year and have that work?
Well, the only thing that really worked for them that season that was like really awesome, and this again goes against Stefanski and any narrative that he's awesome with quarterbacks, was you had one of the best defenses in the entire NFL.
Right.
Like that's why that team was able to do what it was able to do, is that defense the first year under Jim Schwartz was just awesome. And the defense took a major step back last year. And here's what I think will happen with this team this upcoming season. Although I'm not projecting a lot of wins or anything. I think they're going to be like a diet version of the Steelers, where you're just going to try to have a great defense. They drafted 2 running backs in Sampson and Judkins, and you had another one in Jerome Ford, who I actually really like. I think he's pretty good. And I think it's going to be a lot of running and a lot of trying to get the defense to basically just have you in games and try to do what Pittsburgh's been doing for a million years. We both know that doesn't result in any playoff wins, and at best, if everything goes right, Tomlin gets his team to a game-over 500. I don't even think that's on the table with this team, but I think that's going to be the recipe that they try to have.
Yeah. So you kind of just answered a little bit. How likely or how possible do you think it is that they do surprise people and they are fighting for a spot late in the year? Maybe they don't make it, but they're even in the hunt graphic with a couple of weeks to go.
Oh yeah, I mean that's like a 1% chance.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to sound too down on it, because it's just this is the time of the year for hope and everything like that. But I got to treat your listeners honestly.
Yeah.
There's no projections of optimism there. There can't be. They haven't earned it. Vegas says they're a 4.5 win team. I tend to think maybe it's like a 5 or a 6 win team if everything goes right. But like really pull up the schedule. Like who in the NFL is giving you any of these easy wins or anything that, you know, like for you guys, obviously it's different. You guys probably look at the Browns and you're like, here's our easy win. But even like look at your schedule. Like you see it. All of a sudden it's like, wait, this team is good. This team is good. This team has got a lot of really good players. Like the NFL right now more than ever, there's just not a lot of teams that are tanking.
That's right. Last thing for you, Jonathan. Fantasy drafts are coming up. I've already got a couple that I'm in. Cleveland, the 2 things I think about for them is if I knew Joe Flacco was starting the whole year, I would love Jerry Jeudy, but I don't think that's probably going to happen, so I'm afraid of it. the other one is Judkins. And how good that could be right away. Rookie running backs all the time are productive in fantasy. I guess how likely would that be for you that he is the number one there and that doesn't the team have to be good enough defensively or just not they can't be trailing, I guess, by 30 points every week and have him probably be, what people would hope for.
Yeah, it's going to be tough because he's going to be sharing some carries. But I think he's going to have like a 800-yard season, somewhere in that range. I think makes a lot of sense, and I think he's going to have a lot of opportunities. Jerome Ford last year still averaged. People don't realize this. He averaged over 5 yards a carry. So now Jerome Ford's very hit or miss, but averaging 5 yards a carry, you deserve some opportunity. So I think he's going to get that, and I think Sampson's going to just kind of be there, but not get a lot of opportunities. But yeah, I'm high on Judkins, and I think he's going to. I'd worry about the offensive line. I'd worry about the togetherness of the offensive line. It's a very injured and very old offensive line at this point. So if you want to take a flyer on him, I would not advise against it, but I wouldn't set your lineups on it either.
Yeah. At Jay Peterlin, if you want to follow him on Twitter, 2 to 7 on 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. Thanks as always, Jonathan, and maybe we'll talk once the season gets rolling.
Definitely. Thanks, Jeff. Have a good one, man.
Thanks. The Browns this year, as he mentioned, they start the year Cincinnati, Baltimore, Green Bay, Detroit, Minnesota. Yikes. That is probably 0-5. Probably 0-5. If they make it out of there with 2 wins, I would be pretty impressed. I was open to him convincing me that they could be competitive this year. The defense a couple years ago was elite. The offensive line at times has been elite, but he does not sound confident that's going to happen. The LeBron thing at the beginning there. So LeBron James, 40 years old. I think it's going to come down to one or two things. He kind of dared the Lakers through his agent, put out a statement after he opted in for a 1-year, $53 million contract, which I think makes him the 13th highest paid player in the league, by the way. LeBron basically told the Lakers, I know you're looking to the future with Luka Doncic, but I'm 40. This is year 25 for me, or 22, 23, whatever it is. I gotta win right now. I'm not loving the idea of let's look for 2 years down the road, 3 years down the road. And it kind of sounded like either let's make some moves to try to win the title this year, or that's fine, but maybe move me. Let's reevaluate. Let me go somewhere else. And I am badly rooting for that to happen. And the weird part about how no one's really covering this or talking about it is, one, it's the slow part of the sports calendar. And two, I don't know that people realize how good he still is. He's 40, yes. But last year, LeBron finished 6th in MVP voting, finished 2nd team All-NBA. So one of the top 10 players in the league still. And statistically, he had as good of a year, on his averages, as he's had. He had as good of a year as he's ever had. If you compare it to the Miami years, it's the same stats. 2 fewer points per game, 24 instead of 26. 51% shooting, 38% from 3. All of it is still awesome. He played 70 games, so he didn't miss a giant amount of time. He missed a few games in the middle there once Luka got there. So a top 10 player in the league. I heard Nick Wright is actually the guy I heard mention this yesterday, that Kevin Durant got traded to Houston, and everyone's like, wow, Kevin Durant traded. LeBron was better than Durant last year, and he might get traded, and it's nobody, really? Maybe it's just that nobody believes that he'll actually move. I'm badly rooting for him to go to Cleveland, though. I think that would be really cool. For him to go back there to finish his career, they would easily be the favorites in the East to win it all. 3rd stint back home. I think that would be the best story in sports this summer if he were to go back there. 803-0550 is the phone number. What's going on with this NFL collusion case? There is a lot going on with the NFL and the NFLPA in cahoots together to keep under wraps a pretty bad finding about the NFL and their owners and how they operate. There are certain quarterbacks that should be like furious about this. I'll get to this when we come back. You got like the Chargers owner texting the Cardinals owner, congratulating him on, like, thanking him for getting Kyler Murray's contract down so that he can pay Justin Herbert less. Like, these players are being named in text messages between owners. On a level, this is like a level of collusion that would get you thrown out of your fantasy football league. And the NFL owners are just like, they're just doing it like it's nothing. Got some details on that when we come back. Also, revisit our Bills question from earlier. Who's the best defender they've ever had under Sean McDermott? Milano, Hyde, Poyer, Taron Johnson, Trey White. Got a couple of different good answers on that we can get to as well. That's coming up here on WGR. Who is the person that believes they're never going to win one with Josh Allen? Even their biggest doubters. Is there somebody... There have been years where they've been doubted in a season, or maybe the coach has been doubted. Maybe that's the thing, that there's doubt about individuals. That, well, Sean McDermott, he'll never win a Super Bowl as the coach, or Bean will never win the Super Bowl as the general manager. But who believes that in the whole course of Josh Allen's career they won't win one? Who would bet that they don't? Because most people that I talk to and most people that I listen to are always talking like it would be incredible if they don't win one.
Yeah. I don't think anybody that has a good handle on the league thinks that they can't do it. Like, that they're not good enough to
or that
do
they
it.
won't do it.
Right,
Like,
or even that they won't. Exactly.
Right.
I think there are definitely, like you said, people that doubt aspects of the team, like theories of the team, like whether McDermott can do it, like you said, or whether the everybody eats thing is really good enough to get you there. I think we've seen that it is at this point.
I did not mean to get to that, but who's the best defender under Sean McDermott ever?
That's a really good question.
For the Bills. Not going back to like Luke Kuechly with Carolina. Who's their best? Is it Hyde? Longevity's going to matter here. Milano is probably, unless I am missing somebody, the only player currently that goes beginning to end.
Yeah, right.
He is. Matt Milano is on the team that breaks the drought. Like, he plays in the Jacksonville playoff game.
Right.
Between Tyrod Taylor and Blake Bortles and Doug Marrone, and like he's in that game. I don't think he starts that game. Should double check. Like, does he ever end up starting that season? He starts 5 games for the Bills in 2017. He's a full-time starter every year after that. He was a first-team All-Pro. So, but there's injury seasons in there, right?
Right.
And you've got Tre'Davious White, who was an All-Pro, but then injuries, and he's back now. But
right.
So I guess he would kind of be the answer.
Front to back too, yeah.
But he just took a year in between,
yeah.
Basically. Those are the 3, though, right?
Yeah. Just does Taron Johnson deserve to be mentioned in there too a little bit?
Maybe, like, if he
gets another 2 years of being elite, top sort of nickel guy in the league, I think he gets in that conversation.
Yeah,
right?
That's right.
Injury news coming out of San Francisco. Matt Mayako of NBC Sports reported yesterday that 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk has made significant progress on recovering from his ACL-MCL tear last season. It's unclear, though, if Ayuk is going to be ready to go for Week 1. Mayako expects him to be on the PUP list at the beginning of training camp and remain there until the season begins. LA Chargers running back Najee Harris suffered an eye injury over the weekend. His agent reported that the running back sustained a superficial eye injury from a fireworks mishap. However, he's expected to be ready for the upcoming NFL season. The women's finals at Wimbledon wrapped up yesterday. Number 13 ranked Amanda Anisimova shocked the world, upsetting number 1 ranked Aryna Sabalenka in 3 sets to secure her spot in the final. She'll have to face off against number 8 Iga Swiatek. She defeated Belinda Bencic yesterday as well. The final takes place tomorrow at 11. On the men's side of the bracket, Taylor Fritz and Carlos Alcaraz set to get going in their semifinal matchup in just a few minutes here. And at 10:30, 6th-ranked Novak Djokovic takes on number 1-ranked Jannik Sinner. The winners of those 2 matches will play on Sunday at 11 for the final. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Welcome back. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. It's a beautiful day out. I'm going to check in on the chat in a little bit. I haven't done that this week yet. I did see, obsessed with LeBron. You know, I might admit to that. I love LeBron. Little LeBron talk in the last segment. I want him to get traded. He plays at 10:30 at night on a team that never wins. Go back to Cleveland. Best team in the East. Go to the finals. It'd be great. Anyways, good morning. 803-0550 if you want to get in on some Bills talk. I'm going to get to this collusion thing in a second, but Jeremy Fowler just came out with his brand new position group this morning of the top 10 tight ends in the league, according to executives, coaches, and scouts, ranking the top 10 in the league. And actually, to my surprise, he was not in the top 10, but Dalton Kincaid was the first tight end listed under honorable mention, which I think kind of implies, because I think he does that in order of how many votes they get. I think that kind of implies that executives, coaches, scouts would view Dalton Kincaid as the 11th best tight end in football. And how wrong is that? It's definitely higher than I would have perceived him as, or definitely perceived how people in the league see him. The quote from an NFL personnel director on Kincaid: athletic, he can run, elite hands, and ball skills, plus his quarterback will make him productive. See, that's the thing, though. Like, okay, he is athletic, he can run, but doesn't have elite speed for a tight end. Elite hands. He's supposed to have elite hands. I think this year should look better for that than last year. Year 1, he caught everything. Last year, there were some drops, and that was highlighted by the last drop. Tough catch, but it's there. Make a play to keep the season alive. Your quarterback will make you productive does not sound like a compliment to me. That sounds like, usually when someone says that about a player, it's, you're actually not that good. You're only putting up the big numbers because you play with Josh Allen. So, kind of a weird one. And then an AFC scout, this I do agree with. An AFC scout said, quote, I think he's going to have a big bounce back year. And I would bet on that for Kincaid. I don't know how big. I mean, I don't think he's going to have Trey McBride season where he's putting up 1,200 yards and double-digit touchdowns, although McBride did not do that with the touchdowns. I don't see that in the cards for Kincaid, but 800 yards and 6 touchdowns feels really realistic, and that's double from what he had last season. And I don't even think that's his ceiling. His ceiling might be higher than that. The tight ends that are listed above Kincaid on this. Number 1 is Brock Bowers after year 1. There's a lot of stuff on Bowers, though, that I wonder if he's as good as the numbers. Number 2, George Kittle. Number 3, Sam Laporta. Number 4, Trey McBride. I think McBride should be number 1, personally. His highest ranking was number 1. His lowest ranking was number 10. I don't think these people with the tight ends. Who's got Trey McBride as the 10th best tight end in football? Who's got Laporta at number 9? Travis Kelce, number 5. Mark Andrews, 6. Did you watch him last year? Hawkinson, 7. Isaiah Likely, 8. Dallas Goedert, 9. David Njoku, 10. I mean, when you look at it that way, maybe Kincaid is like the 11th best tight end in football. How many tight ends are better than him? Right now, and I'm not a big Kincaid guy. The guys behind him, Pat Freiermuth. I wouldn't say he's better. Hunter Henry. Nope. Evan Ingram. Maybe. Cole Kmet. Nope. Jake Ferguson. Nope. Jonnu Smith had a better year last year, but it's like his first good year in 7 seasons. Dalton Schultz, Tucker Kraft, Kyle Pitts, Juwan Johnson, Zach Ertz. Maybe he is the 11th best tight end in football. And that's with him being kind of disappointing through 2 years. I mean, 1,100 yards in 2 seasons, 4 touchdowns, I think is a lot less than people would have been hoping for. So, where will he be on this list next year? I mean, he could very easily hop over Njoku, Goddard, Mark Andrews, Kelce. I mean, what are the odds? What are the odds that Dalton Kincaid has a more productive season this year than Travis Kelce does? Travis Kelce is 35 years old. You might be surprised, though, how much he produced last year compared to what it felt like. It felt like Travis Kelce did nothing last year. That he had a very, very pedestrian regular season and then turned it on a little bit once he got to the playoffs. And part of that might be when we saw him against the Bills, he didn't do much in either game, regular season or the playoff game. I think, what was he, 2 for 19 in the playoff game? Like, he did not go off against the Bills. He did have 133 targets. He got thrown the ball a ton. Kincaid, for comparison, 75 targets. 97 catches, 823 yards for Kelce. Only 3 touchdowns. That was a career low for him. This year, I mean, if the arrow is pointing down, which everyone would assume, and by the way, he's 35 now, he'll be 36 October 5th. So the most meaningful games of the year, playoffs, he'll be 36 years old. How big a drop-off will there be for Kelce? Because if he goes down to, instead of 97 catches, we're talking like 60, 70 catches and 700 yards and a couple touchdowns. Like, Dalton Kincaid should top that. I wonder what the over-under lines would say about that. I don't think we are at over-under prop bets yet. I'll check to see if they're up on like yardage for the season and what Kincaid would be set at. But I think if I were setting the odds, I might want to put Kincaid above Kelce, at least for yardage. I don't think that's that crazy. He's 10 years younger. He should, shouldn't he? He should be better than 36-year-old Travis Kelce. I don't think that's wild to say. It's just not the same player. Kelce can't move like he used to. And there's that understanding with Mahomes, but you've got Rashee Rice coming back. You've got Marquise Brown coming back, Worthy into year 2. Like, really, Kansas City should be built through the wide receiver position more than they have been maybe ever, because it was always Hill and Kelce when Hill was there. Kelsey's always been such a big part of it, even back to the Alex Smith days. Whereas now, if he's going to take on a lesser role because of his age, and maybe they want to save him for the playoffs, then listen, all those guys that I just mentioned are like downfield speed guys. So we talked yesterday with Joe Marino about the evolution of the Bills offense and how they do all these 5-man protections and they run the ball against stacked boxes and they do it really well, better than anybody in the league. When the defense is loading up defenders in the box, Bills still run the ball well. And that also sets them up to throw against it because it keeps them in a stacked box, that defense. So this year, if your Josh Palmer, Elijah Moore additions are able to get teams out of a stacked box a little bit more often, it actually could make the Bills a better run game this year because their receivers are now a bigger threat. Last year, you didn't have to worry about them. Just man up Amari Cooper and Keon Coleman one-on-one, and more often than not, you're going to win that battle. And it allows you to throw everybody in the box and not allow the Bills to run it. Well, they were able to run it anyway. But this year, if you can't do that because we can't leave Josh Palmer, Elijah Moore, and Khalil Shakir on an island, we'll get beat more often. Well, then, now I've got less linebackers in there, and James Cook averaging 4.8 yards per carry last year. This might be 5.3. Might have a more efficient run game. That's how I see the evolution of the Bills offense after talking to Joe yesterday about that. For the Chiefs, the evolution for them, I think, is the opposite. I think it is they don't really necessarily run the ball great. Teams already don't stack boxes against them. So for them, it's just two high safeties against us is going to remain, and we got to fight fire with fire. There is no dragging them out of it, I don't think. I think it's just this is how defenses play us, and we've got to find a way to connect on big plays. The run game just kind of exists over here. It's pretty average, pretty pedestrian, and I don't think they really did much this offseason that changes that equation at all. For them, it's just, and defenses play them differently than the Bills. That's the big point here. Is last year, the numbers kind of show that the Bills got played differently than Kansas City. Maybe this year it'll look, closer together because the Bills' weapons are now on that level. So with all that coming back to the tight ends, I think Kansas City, their evolution is balls going out to the receivers more often. For the Bills, I think it might be more 12 personnel and running the ball. And if that's the case, then play action to Kincaid feels like a play that they're going to want to run a lot. 803-0550 is the phone number on this NFL collusion case when we come back. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Yesterday, I'm very sad to say I made the worst fashion choice that I've ever made while golfing.
Ever made? That's significant.
Because I usually put a little bit of thought into it.
Right.
Just a little bit. I guess I learned yesterday that navy belt with black pants is like a big no-no in the do I even want to say the fashion world, but just getting dressed.
Yeah,
basically.
Color theory-wise, probably a little bit of an issue.
I guess I don't even know what happened. So, for me, when I get dressed in the morning, I'm trying not to wake my wife up. So, I don't turn any lights on. It is just I use the flashlight on my phone. But I guess when reaching in for a belt yesterday, I did not realize I had grabbed the blue one.
Yeah, that navy will sneak up on you when all you have is a flashlight.
Yeah.
This is why you got to set out your clothes the night before. You guys
Yeah.
don't do that? Do you do that?
No, I do not do
No,
that.
I'm not 6 years old anymore. So no.
Whoa, wait a minute. This is a no. This is a time saver. If you pick out what you're wearing the night before, then it saves time in the morning.
Do any adults under any circumstances still pick out their clothes the night before? You think you're gonna get some company on that?
I feel like yes, it saves time. It helps you like plan out what you're wearing. I think it's smart.
It might even be smart. It's not. Put a poll up. Put a poll up on it. See how many adults are still picking out their clothes the night before. I mean, it maybe is what I should do, right? I mean, that I wouldn't have a mistake like yesterday.
It would certainly be more efficient, I think.
It would be more efficient. If you are someone like me who's trying not to wake your wife up and you're getting dressed like in the dark every morning, then it probably like me more than anybody really is like I should be the one that's taking Josh up on that. I did not mean to get to that, but who's the best defender under Sean McDermott ever?
That's a really good question.
For the Bills. Not going back to like Luke Kuechly with Carolina. Who's their best? Is it Hyde? Longevity is going to matter here. Milano is probably, unless I am missing somebody, the only player currently that goes beginning to end.
Yeah, right.
Matt Milano is on the team that breaks the drought. Like, he plays in the Jacksonville playoff game.
Right.
Between Tyrod Taylor and Blake Bortles and Doug Marrone. And, like, he's in that game. I don't think he starts that game. Should double check. Like, does he ever end up starting that season? He starts 5 games for the Bills in 2017. He's a full-time starter every year after that. He was a first-team All-Pro. So, but there's injury seasons in there, right?
Right.
And you've got Tre'Davious White, who was an All-Pro, but then injuries, and he's back now. But so I guess he would kind of be the answer.
Front to back too, yeah.
But he just took a year in between, basically. Those are the 3, though, right?
Yeah. Does Teron Johnson deserve to be mentioned in there too a little bit?
Maybe if he
gets another 2 years of being elite, top sort of nickel guy in the league, I think he gets in that conversation.
Yeah,
right?
That's right.
If I was running the union and I got this ruling in which Roger Goodell was caught saying this stuff in coordination with the owners, the 8 owners who were named in this and others, one might presume, I would be calling for Roger Goodell's job. Now, will that happen in real time? I doubt that, but that is actively what the leverage that the union might have had here is. They could have gone to Capitol Hill. They could have called for hearings. They could have made an enormous public display of look at what we're dealing with heading into our next CBA is that the leadership of the NFL itself is doing this stuff. And so I'm not predicting, I'm merely saying that this is actually concretely in the document part of the conversation.
That is Pablo Torre, who has been all over this story. He reported it originally that the NFL owners colluded to keep down guaranteed money in player contracts after the Deshaun Watson contract. And you've got owners in text messages communicating with each other to keep their own, like Kyler Murray and Justin Herbert. I mentioned the example of the Chargers and the Cardinals owner, and there's more of those. Like texting with each other, like colluding to like, all right, if we keep Kyler's contract down, then I can keep Justin's contract here. Like that stuff should not be happening between owners at all. And what also should not be happening, which I think you're going to get some big shakeups. Maybe not, Paulo Torre's mentioning the commissioner there. I mean, maybe there are grounds, because I think the commissioner's named in some of this stuff too, for Goodell to be removed, but that's not going to happen. What is going to happen is the NFLPA leader is going to be out. Lloyd Howell and maybe J.C. Treader, the guy behind him that's supposed to be the next man up. How on earth? Like, their jobs are to represent the players, and they agreed to keep it a secret for the NFL that they had colluded to keep guaranteed money down. How on earth could they possibly still keep those jobs? In terms of, like, impact on the field, or maybe more for, like, contracts, cap hit stuff, I mean, I wonder what the response would be to this, the retaliation. The PA is now they're filing legal action against the league because they got caught. They had agreed to not do that and to keep it a secret. Now, after they got caught keeping it a secret, they no, now we'll do it. But apparently they're going to get in trouble for that too, because the NFL is saying, well, if you're going to come after us after you agreed not to, then you owe us $12 million in legal fees. So there's going to be fighting on this. And again, like the biggest impact for you, like that you might care about, is probably how it relates to player contracts. And I don't know, like now they've been caught colluding. It can kind of open up Pandora's box on, well, what else are they willing to collude on? Because they clearly had no problem on this. What else? So that could easily become a part of this conversation if, I'm sure people will try to relate this to officiating or something. Also, how player contracts get structured going forward. Because there are more and more guaranteed contracts that are coming out, but maybe not since that Watson one. Really, maybe it's been a couple of years. That's the fight that's going on right now. There's a very weird thing happening with NFL contracts in that I think this is still true, that there are something like 35 unsigned rookies from the draft. And 30 of them, or 29 of them, are from the second round. All the second round picks haven't signed. And I think that includes TJ Sanders of the Bills. Has not signed. And that is because 2 second round picks at the top of the second round signed fully guaranteed contracts. And now all the other second round picks are saying, well, if they got him, so should I. And you've got this standoff, I think, between the whole league and all of the second round picks. And that's like a very strange one. Like, why is that happening? Why isn't it happening with the first round picks? Like, that's where it gets a little bit above my head. All I know is there's going to be shakeups. Pablo Torre mentioning there that if it were him, it would go all the way up to Goodell. I don't disagree with him. I just think that would blow my mind. I think this should cost Goodell his job. It would blow my mind if it actually did, though. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you got a fantasy question, feel free to get it in. We'll change gears. Scott Pianowski, our favorite from during the season, he'll join us coming up next to preview draft season, which really gets rolling this month and then more so into August. Scott coming up next here on WGR. I did not mean to get to that, but who's the best defender under Sean McDermott ever?
That's a really good question.
For the Bills. Not going back to like Luke Kuechly with Carolina. Who's their best? Is it Hyde? Longevity is going to matter here. Milano is probably, unless I am missing somebody, the only player currently that goes beginning to end.
Yeah, right.
Matt Milano is on the team that breaks the drought. Like, he plays in the Jacksonville playoff game.
Right.
Between Tyrod Taylor and Blake Bortles and Doug Marrone. And, like, he's in that game. I don't think he starts that game. Should double check. Like, does he ever end up starting that season? He starts 5 games for the Bills in 2017. He's a full-time starter every year after that. He was a first-team All-Pro. So, but there's injury seasons in there, right?
Right.
And you've got Tre'Davious White, who was an All-Pro, but then injuries, and he's back now. But
right.
So I guess he would kind of be the answer.
Front to back too, yeah.
But he just took a year in between,
yeah.
Basically. Those are the 3, though, right?
Yeah. Just does Teron Johnson deserve to be mentioned in there too a little bit?
Maybe if he
gets another 2 years of being elite, top sort of nickel guy in the league, I think he gets in that conversation.
Yeah,
right?
That's right.
Good morning. Some injury news out of San Francisco as Matt Maiocco of NBC Sports reports yesterday that 49ers wide receiver has made significant progress on recovering from tearing his ACL and MCL last season. It's unclear, though, that if Ayuk will be ready to go for Week 1. Maiocco expects Ayuk to be on the PUP list to begin training camp and remain on the list until the season begins. LA Chargers running back Najee Harris suffered an eye injury over the weekend. His agent reported that the running back sustained a superficial eye injury from a fireworks mishap. However, he is expected to be ready for the upcoming NFL season. The women's finals at Wimbledon are set after yesterday's semifinals matchups. Number 13 ranked Amanda Anisimova shocked the world, upsetting number 1 ranked Aryna Sabalenka. She secures her spot in the final against number 8 ranked Iga Swiatek. Swiatek defeated Belinda Bencic. The final takes place tomorrow at 11 a.m. On the men's side of the bracket, Taylor Fritz and Carlos Alcaraz currently locked in the first set of their match, Alcaraz leading 4-2. And at 10:30, 6th ranked Novak Djokovic takes on number 1 ranked Jannik Sinner. The winners of those two matches will play on Sunday at 11 for the final. In baseball, the New York Yankees come back from 5-0 last night, beating the Mariners 6-5 in extra innings. The Yankees now sit 1.5 games back from the Blue Jays for the lead in the AL East. Elsewhere, the Boston Red Sox won 7 straight, beating the Tampa Bay Rays 4-3 last night. The New York Mets fall to the Baltimore Orioles in both games of a doubleheader, 3-1 and 7-3. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right, it's a Friday at 9. Getting you towards the weekend. Joe DiBiase, Jeremy White off today. We'll be back on Monday. A lot of good phone calls this week. Talk some good fantasy as well, as we are approaching draft season for most. Some, like the sickos like me, have already had a bunch. Scott Pianowski joining us now on the Wester Hotline, one of our favorites during the regular season, joins us now before drafts really get going. Although, Scott, for you, like what's your number? How many drafts have you done already so far this year?
Not as many as you might think. I'm in the middle of maybe my 5th draft right now, but I can't tell you how many leagues I'm in the regular season, which means it's a full plate and a labor of love. Fantasy football has become a 12-month industry. The moment the Super Bowl ends, we're grinding tape about the draft. We're thinking about free agency. I'll trying to figure out all the coaching changes. There's obviously a lot to get to on the fantasy season. Happy to talk about with you, Joe.
Or you are like me, who has a draft the Saturday after the Super Bowl, which is our February Fix League, which might be the craziest of the leagues that I am in. Although, we get our guillotine leagues in there too, which is always a great format. So, yeah, very excited to start rolling into some more drafts.
And by the way, guillotine is available on Yahoo this year. So I don't know all the specifics on that, but it is something we're going to offer. I know we've talked a lot about that format on this program, and you guys understand it. It's really fun as long as you don't get eliminated early in the season. Much like Survivor, right? It's great if you can, not pick the Bengals in week 1, which is like the biggest mistake you can make every year, it feels like. But it's a new thing at Yahoo, so I want you to be looking out for that.
Awesome. That's really good to hear because, right, a lot of times, I think actually really maybe every guillotine league I've ever been in, whoever's running it has to do it manually. Was that one where did you put in the suggestion on that, or did the bosses know that was a growing format?
It wasn't me actually. I think it was my editor Jason who might have pushed for it. But it's a lot. By the way, a lot of other really fun things. There's a Vegas event we're doing in Yahoo in late August. I want you to look into at the Venetian. But a lot of new changes that we're adding, some promotions we're doing, and some initiatives in August. So I can't talk about all of them right now, but I just want you to know it's going to be a really fun year at Yahoo Fantasy, and I hope everybody checks it out.
Awesome. Can't wait. So let's start with the Bills a little bit here, Scott. The thing that comes top of mind for me for the Bills in fantasy this year, because they're going to spread the ball around again, and Josh Allen is obviously going to be one of the top quarterbacks. He'll run for 12 touchdowns or something. I wonder where Kincaid might fall into that. He's the one guy that I think is being talked about the most as having a growing role, at least from last year. There was injuries, only 75 targets. I think most expect that number at least to be higher. Would you expect his role to be high enough, though, to where he's getting into that, higher-end tight end 1 territory, or do you think his most likely outcome is still maybe a streamer, like a low-end tight end 1?
Yeah, I think it's more the second thing for me, but let's acknowledge we've been a little bit spoiled. I mean, rookie year for Sam Laporta 2 years ago, he breaks fantasy. Last year, rookie year for Brock Bowers, he breaks fantasy. But we know of the 4 major positions, tight end is usually the slowest burn, right? They don't do a lot, sometimes rookie tight ends, because of the complication of the position and the blocking assignments and all that. Just for many years, rookie tight ends, you just shrug and say, no, I'm not going to touch him. And because Kincaid was so good as a rookie, and then last year he gets hurt and his participation went down a little bit. It was also, for Buffalo's offense, as high-powered as it theoretically is, I mean, nobody got more than the 100 targets Shakir got, so there wasn't a big fantasy win. With the most touchdown catches was Mac Hollins with 5. I mean, I don't know anybody who expected that. If I tell you, I tap you on the show and say, yeah, Josh Allen's going to have an MVP season, and there's really not going to be a right answer in the pass catchers. Shakir would make his ADP back and probably be a value play, but everything else, if you invested in Coleman, you would have been a little bit disappointed. I think Kincaid was probably the biggest disappointment in this offense. He's somebody you draft as your second tight end with plausible upside. 3rd season in the NFL, you hope for some growth, but I guess he's a target player for me. I'm okay with Kincaid because we draft multiple leagues. Like Joe, I'll have some shares. I don't want to be completely locked out of it, but I can't say he's somebody I have a circle around or a star around. I just think this offense, as you said, it's going to be distributed to a lot of different guys. I don't see anybody who's going to get that 7 to 9 targets you want every game, or the occasional double-digit target game. I just don't think the offense is going to be structured that way.
Yeah. What about James Cook? I wanted to get into some regression candidates maybe with you. I saw you write about that last month, I think. And Cook had a crazy amount of touchdowns, especially compared to the previous season. The thing that makes me wonder if he can even get to double digits again, Scott, would be how many of them came from far out. Like, I think Barkley was the only one that averaged more yards per touchdown last year. And doesn't that make you think that the number could really come down, is that he's not really getting a lot of these carries at the 1 and the 2?
Well, nobody was like Barkley. I know it's like it's tattooed on my wrist that Barkley's average touchdown length was 29.4. And
right.
He didn't have a single touchdown from the 1-yard line. Now,
right. Cook might have been second.
Cook actually scored 3 times from the 1, and I'm looking at his touchdown log now. So 9, 11, 12 of those touchdowns were at least inside the 10. But you don't expect, when there's a running play from the 8-yard line, you don't expect it to be a touchdown, right? And he had some big plays. He had the 49-yard run against Miami. There's a 65, a 41, a 46-yard touchdown in here. There's no guarantee any of those repeat. Those are fluke plays. Don't happen a lot. They don't always carry over year over year. And it's just so crazy, Joe, that you think he had 30 fewer carries than he did the previous season. He had 2 rushing touchdowns and 6 total touchdowns the previous year. He gets 18 touchdowns, 16 rushing last year. Plays for an offense where, as you talked about with Allen, he's basically got at least 10 in his back pocket, could go up to 15. What seems like a right number? I don't know, 7 to 9 seems right to me. The good thing you like is the efficiency, right? 4.9 yards a carry last season. That's his average as a pro, and his efficiency of the passing game is decent enough. I mean, he caught 32 or 38 targets for his career. 7.1 yards per target is a good number. 9.1 yards per catch is a good number. I see no reason why you can't expect maybe 400 receiving yards, 350, something like that. He's not going to be Marshall Faulk at peak, but he's going to supplement his value in the passing game. So I like Cook. It's just what do we settle on for the touchdowns? We all see that as an unreasonable number to expect again. I think 7 to 9 touchdowns seems about right. And somebody who's to me a lower end running back too.
Yeah. Does contract stuff ever come into your equation for these guys? Cook, being one that's going into a contract year. He wants the new deal. I think right now that seems less likely. Kyron Williams is in that spot too. Does that ever play into your thought process and when where you're picking guys?
A few years ago, I would have told you just to ignore all that stuff because almost anybody contracts are so easily maneuverable in the NFL, and they can get in and out of stuff so easily that it's almost like everybody's singing for their supper in a contract year, more or less, just the structure of the league. But as I've gotten older, there's something to be said for a happy player, something to be said for a guy who's in camp, who's in shape. Sometimes these guys hold out. They get it solved before the season, but maybe they're not ready to go in September, and every game is precious in fantasy. In a lot of leagues, you only get maybe 13 games to make the playoffs. You can't be wasting any weeks. So it's become something I consider as a tiebreaker, something kind of a down ballot consideration. But 5 or 10 years ago, I used to say, no, don't worry about it. Nobody wants to miss a game check. It's so rare. What Emmitt Smith, back in a different generation, once missed the first 2 games. Dallas panicked. They caved. Emmitt was great the rest of the way. But usually these holdouts don't go into the season. But I don't want to have reasons to stay up at night to be worried about happiness, form, reps, health status. I want my players to be ready to go when the season starts. So it's become a little bit of a tiebreaker for me. I'm not going to make it a primary reason why I do or don't draft somebody, but it's at least something to consider on the downside.
Scott Pianowski, Yahoo Fantasy Sports on the Western Hotline. Regression candidates. So a little bit on Cook there. I've thought about that for Terry McLaurin more than anybody this year because of the touchdown number last year, and the target number was, it was fine, 117, but you've definitely seen higher than that around the league, and even with him. One, would you agree on that for McLaurin, that he's somebody to watch for this? And then who else comes to mind for you of guys that would have really lived up last year for your fantasy team, but this year maybe not expect the same?
Yeah, McLaurin's certainly high up on that list. I mean, we're always waiting for him to have a good offense and a good quarterback to play with. It's just been so long that, DJ Moore's always like that. I used to call these guys the "it's not your fault" all-stars. The players are great, but the quarterback play around them is mediocre. And then finally, after 4 and 5 and 5 and 4, that's what you get from McLaurin for touchdowns every year. Last year he gets 13. He's into an age 30 season. So it's the SAT question. What's the next number? Is it 6? Is it 7? Is it 8? Nobody's going to count on 13 again. And with McLaurin also, age 30 season, he's unhappy with his contract. Mm-hmm. So it's very plausible that he goes into the season maybe not as ready as he needs to be, maybe not as sharp as he needs to be. Of course, we love Jaden Daniels, and we know the offensive concentration is pretty narrow in Washington. I haven't made a major adjustment to McLaurin. The thing with him is that I don't think anybody's fooled by last year's 13 touchdowns. I think the market is pricing him in as like a 7 to 9 touchdown guy. So it's a case of, I wrote about regress and win players, where guys who can regress, play worse than they did last year, produce less, and still be values at ADP. Cortland Sutton's one of those guys. Nobody expects his touchdown rate to carry over from the last couple of years, but he's still the number one receiver in a Sean Payton offense. So I'm fine to take Sutton. When you talk regression, I think the number one screaming poster child for all this is Barkley. We talked about him earlier, the 29.4 yards per touchdown, which is just unsustainable. He didn't have any touchdowns from the one. The tush-push survived, and he had so many touches. And I think people misunderstand. People talk about, the curse of 370, and, 400-plus touches and everything. I don't think it's always like a car where it's like the mileage and everything. It's just a matter of, it's just hard to stay healthy for a 17-game season. And then obviously the Eagles won the Super Bowl, so they go deep in the playoffs, all that extra work. It's just hard to tempt fate and stay healthy for a full season after a season of that. But the frustrating thing for me, if I was rostering Barkley, is just anytime I told you the Eagles just scored from the one, you never think it's him. You always think it's Hurts. He's not a dynamic pass catcher anymore. I have Barkley number 6 overall on my board, which probably means I won't draft him. Chase, Robinson, Gibbs, Lamb, and Jefferson I have in front of him. Mm-hmm. And even if I got the 6 and Barkley was the pick, I'm really nervous to take him. When you talk regression, I think Barkley's the first name you come to.
Yeah, those running backs last year that changed teams and got big contracts, they all kind of hit. And maybe Barkley is different than the other two I'm thinking of here are Derrick Henry and Jacobs, Josh Jacobs in Green Bay. And do they feel more solid because of that touchdown point? And really all three of them are going to get work. But right now, Barkley's far more expensive than the other two.
Yeah, I think the story of last year overall in fantasy was just how healthy the running back position was. We've all been trained to think, okay, it's an injury position, it's an attrition position. You get to draft all these high upside lottery tickets, and I still think that's the way to play. Last year, so many of those running backs in their late 20s, Barkley and Henry and Mixon had a good season despite everything going wrong around him. Kamara was good again, player I've faded for the last couple of years, but he was at least returned his ADP. James Conner has aged better than a lot of people expected. The only running back I can really think of that broke your heart was McCaffrey, and that started right away with the Niners lying to us in week one. They knew Jordan Mason was going to play. Draft Jordan Mason this year, by the way. I love him in Minnesota. I expect the running back injury rate to be more normalized this year, and I think it's going to be a season where, and I wish I could tell you who the right guys to get are. I mentioned Jordan Mason, but there's going to be, whether it's McCaffrey gets hurt again, who's the right running back in Los Angeles with the Chargers? Is this the year that the Broncos settle on one back? They drafted R.J. Harvey proactively, but then they add Dobbins, which was kind of out of nowhere. I want you to make sure you have 4, 5, and 3, depending on your league specs. I want running back to be the most proactive position on your bench, because I think last year was an outlier with the injury rate, and this year we're going to see a bunch of league winners come from guys who are drafted outside the top 100.
Scott Pianowski with us on the Western Hotline. Scott, what about, I feel like the guy you probably get asked the most about, or most fantasy analysts would get asked the most about, is Travis Hunter this year and what you would be doing with him. It does feel like every time the head coach talks about him, he's talking about him as a receiver, but he also was taking reps at corner. And anytime the defensive coach talks about him, he's talking about him as a corner. So I don't know. What would you do with him, knowing that they also have Brian Thomas there, so him being the number one might be far-fetched right away, but the talent obviously is through the roof. So how do you put it all together with Hunter?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, obviously Liam Cohen, last year I was all worried. Dave Canales made the Panthers offense sing, and now he's gone, and what's going to happen? And Liam Cohen, probably more of a right answer than Dave Canales. And Canales did do some good things with Carolina. That offense was humming down the stretch. But a lot of moving parts here, because how good is Trevor Lawrence? He's in one of those seasons where I think we're going to find out. Thomas was fantastic last year, despite everything kind of crumbling around him. Hunter, not in my top 30 at receiver. Just he's going to get some reps at defense. I don't know how many, but it's going to take away some of his preparation, some of his focus. And Thomas is just so good. I can't see them moving away from him as an alpha. I think Hunter's going to be more of a really good number two. Split the reps with, again, I don't know if it's 3 reps, 5 reps, 7 reps, 10 reps a week at defense. But, the defensive coaches are like, can we get this guy more? We love this guy. They may have a really bad secondary, too. So Hunter's not a proactive pick for me, but I do think Jacksonville is one of the most fascinating offenses. We have to figure out what's going on with their 3-headed monster at running back. Cohen looks like a right answer. Is this the year Lawrence finally gets on track? Because he's just been coached by some of the guys you just don't. Doug Peterson's time is kind of come and gone. He's one of those coaches who, was a right answer maybe 10 or 15 years ago, but isn't right now. So along with the Bears, because we talked a lot about coaching change, Caleb Williams, 72 sacks, but they upgraded. Caleb Williams got everything he wanted for Christmas, right? He got a tight end, he got a receiver, he got upgrades on the offensive line, and he got a play caller in Ben Johnson, who everybody thinks good things about. So I spent a lot of time just mulling and ruminating and thinking about what do I think is going to happen in Jacksonville, what do I think is going to happen in Chicago. I'm probably a little bit more excited about Jacksonville because the usage tree is more narrow. In Chicago, there's more competition for the ball, and the guys can cannibalize each other a little bit. But those are two offenses I'm going to have very much on high alert as I try to navigate what's going on this summer.
The funny thing, too, about those two teams, I feel like they were both discussed as offenses that could add at running back, either in the draft or free agency this year, and really neither one of them did anything major in the backfield.
Right. So Swift, everyone was ready to move away from him. Okay.
Yeah.
Who do they add? And, they didn't make any significant changes. The couple of guys pushing Johnson and Mongai are there, and we'll see if one of them becomes the designated goal line guy. But in Jacksonville, it's all like, well, they inherited Etienne. They really don't like him. They didn't throw the ball to Bigsby at all last year. Tootin was drafted. I think he was just a fourth-round pick, so we have to be a little bit muted over the enthusiasm for him. But remember, too, Cohen threw to his backs a ton in Tampa Bay, and he made Bucky Irving a league winner last year. White still had a useful season. So I feel like there's a right answer. Tootin is the guy I think I'm probably going to roster the most, but I'm going to be try to figure out, can they find a way to get Bigsby the ball in the passing game? They did not do that at all last year. Of course, sometimes can they block? Can they trust them in all packages? Does Etienne have another kick with the team? People talked about him maybe being cut, him maybe being traded, maybe being on the outs, but he's still at the top of the depth chart. But because I trust Liam Cohen so much, I feel like at least one of these guys is going to really smash his ADP. I wish I had a great feel for it right now. Again, Tootin is the player I think I'll probably roster the most at current ADP, but I'm not ruling any of them out. And just some of this stuff is unknowable right now. You have to make a guess, but we have to try to read the tea leaves. And we're into the silly season now. I want to remind everybody one of my rules with quotes with the summer NFL is that be very careful when they say something positive, but believe everything when it's negative, because they have no reason to lie when they're telling you bad stuff. But the summer season's a little bit silly. We've seen the exhibition games are less impactful. Teams don't play as much. They don't show their hand as much in the preseason. There's less hitting in the summer. It's a lot of it is speculation. Sometimes the September games become glorified exhibition games. It takes a few weeks to get into rhythm. But one of the more reasons why this fantasy is great, because a lot of this is speculation, and a lot of this stuff we won't know until the games are actually played.
Yep, all that deciphering starts in less than 2 weeks, where deciphering coach speak season is starting very, very soon. Last thing very quickly for you, Scott. Rookie running backs. Last year, I feel like there wasn't much of this because nobody was really that excited about any of them. And Genty's going really high this year, of course. He should. And then it's Hampton, the list I'm looking at, Hampton, 16th running back, Harvey, 21, Henderson, 22, Johnson, 24, Judkins, 26. Like, they're all kind of close together. Do you like any one of those guys a lot more than the other?
Even though Dobbins was added in, I still think Harvey's going to be the best back in Denver, and Sean Payton loves to throw to his backs too. He didn't really have a great dynamic option last year. He is more of a backfield he likes this season. Dobbins had trouble staying healthy in the NFL and hasn't been a dynamic pass catcher after being that type of player at Ohio State. The thing with Judkins is that, look, Cleveland, I don't know what they're doing at quarterback. They have 4 guys. None of them really make any sense. I didn't understand their draft. Flacco is placeholder. They're going to try to win games with running, with defense, those 13-10, 16-13 games. You think of what Pittsburgh has tried to do the last couple of seasons. Cleveland will try to do that too. Judkins set up for success. And I thought Henderson was the better of the 2 Ohio State backs. He'll be New England's best running back, a team that's made a lot of upgrades. Josh McDaniels is kind of like that Cliff Kingsbury thing. You don't trust him as a head coach. You like him as a coordinator. May did some good things last year, and now they've upgraded. Not maybe as much as some other teams, but they drafted an offensive lineman early. We'll see what Diggs has left. Did they finally land on the right rookie receiver? They've been having trouble with that for a while, but I think Henderson's going to be impactful as a rookie. And again, I think Harvey's going to be the guy to get in Denver.
Yeah, that's where those are the 2 guys that I've been looking at too the most. We just talked to a Cleveland guest about Judkins, and it has me feeling a little more pessimistic about his environment. So, and he's going last of those group right now. So anyway, all right, Scott Pianowski and the Yahoo guillotine news made my morning. So thanks for that, Scott. Thanks for joining us, and look forward to talking again.
Yeah, same here. Always great to talk to you guys, and you guys understand fantasy. This is one of my favorite radio spots of the year. So looking forward to running it back.
Yeah, appreciate you saying that. We'll talk soon. At Scott_Pianowski. You want to follow him on Twitter. Guillotine on Yahoo. All right. No more manual. Having to cut everybody on their roster going into the morning. So that'll be fun. I believe there is a Josh and Owen can speak to this more because I know they've got the chat open more than me once the segment has begun. I do believe there is a bullpen fantasy league that has been started.
That's correct. We've got.
You boys are going to be in it.
I believe Hot Dirt is organizing in there. I'm not sure.
What a sentence!
Yeah, right. Hot Dirt.
He's a regular in the chat, but out of context, if you're not normally on our YouTube feed, would be like, what? Who?
Which, if you're not, come check out the YouTube feed. We're live every day. Like, subscribe, all that stuff. That's what I do here. So it's a good time over here. So yeah, we got a little fantasy league going here. we'll see. I'm curious to see how many people we get in there. I don't know.
It is a 12-team league as of right now, but I wonder if it's going to expand.
I'd anticipate that getting up there to 14, 16, somewhere in there.
16.
16.
See, once you start getting to that number, it almost has to be a guillotine league.
Yes.
I think anything over 14 has to be guillotine. 16 is just, you are so thin on the bottom of your roster, bottom of your starting group, really. Quarterback becomes extremely more difficult. You can do it. It's just, I don't know. I think it's only for the hardest of the hardcore fantasy players because you got to be diving in on third-string running backs and sixth-round rookies. Like, you got to know who the Jaguars' sixth-round rookie running back is.
Right.
If you are playing in a 16-team league. Whereas you're at 12 or 14, you don't have to be that invested. You have to be invested. You don't have to be a sicko like that, where like you're looking at the practice squad guys on some rosters.
Yeah. Those 16s, I got asked to be an 18-teamer one time, and I was like, I can't even fathom what that looks like, and I don't really want to think about it anymore. So bye. That's just not. I love doing it. It's fun. I've been doing, within the GR league we have, I've been helping Bulldog run his team because he never. It was a long road to get him to even download an app. So I've been helping him out for a long time there, which has been great. And this should be fun here at the Bullpen League. We'll see.
The Bullpen League.
And have you contemplated your name for your team yet? I've already got mine.
I was thinking about what was our generational crow beef?
Oh, yes.
There you go. I might go generational crow beef because that was
one.
my line yesterday. Figured that works. So that'll probably be it.
Love it.
That's good.
803-0550 is the phone number. Alcaraz won the first set against Taylor Fritz at the Wimbledon semis. That match is ongoing right now. Fritz is up 2-1 though in the second set at this very moment. When we come back, where's the poll at for who the best defender is under Sean McDermott? We talked about that really early this morning on who just kind of fell into it. There's a tier 1 of guys that all are pretty close together. How often have you thought about it? Like, Josh Allen's the GOAT on offense in this era of Bills football. Who's the GOAT on defense? Just this era. And I think most have their answer. That and more when we come back here on WGR. I did not mean to get to that, but who's the best defender under Sean McDermott ever?
That's a really good question.
For the Bills. Not going back to like Luke Kuechly with Carolina. Who's their best? Is it Hyde? Longevity's going to matter here. Milano is probably, unless I am missing somebody, the only player currently that goes beginning to end.
Yeah, right.
He is. Matt Milano is on the team that breaks the drought. Like, he plays in the Jacksonville playoff game.
Right.
Between Tyrod Taylor and Blake Bortles and Doug Marrone. And, like, he's in that game. I don't think he starts that game. Should double check. Like, does he ever end up starting that season? He starts 5 games for the Bills in 2017. He's a full-time starter every year after that. He was a first-team All-Pro. So, but there's injury seasons in there, right?
Right.
And you've got Tre'Davious White, who was an All-Pro, but then injuries, and he's back now. But
right.
So I guess he would kind of be the answer.
Front to back too, yeah.
But he just took a year in between,
yeah.
Basically. Those are the 3, though, right?
Yeah. Does Teron Johnson deserve to be mentioned in there too a little bit?
Maybe, like if he
gets another 2 years of being elite, top sort of nickel guy in the league, I think he gets in that conversation.
Yeah,
right?
That's right. Who is the person that believes they're never going to win one with Josh Allen? Even their biggest doubters. Is there somebody? There have been years where they've been doubted in a season, or maybe the coach has been doubted. Maybe that's the thing. That there's doubt about individuals that, well, Sean McDermott, he'll never win a Super Bowl as the coach, or Bean will never win the Super Bowl as the general manager. But who believes that in the whole course of Josh Allen's career they won't win one? Who would bet that they don't? Because most people that I talk to and most people that I listen to are always talking like it would be incredible if they don't win one.
Yeah. I don't think anybody that has a good handle on the league thinks that they can't do it. Like that they're not good enough to
or that
do
they
it.
won't do it.
Right,
Like,
or even that they won't. Exactly.
Right.
I think there are definitely, like you said, people that doubt aspects of the team, like theories of the team, like whether McDermott can do it, like you said, or whether the everybody eats thing is really good enough to get you there. I think we've seen that it is at this point.
All right, welcome back. It's Jeremy and Joe. So Josh tells me there was a national anthem yesterday that was maybe one of the worst that's ever been.
It might
sung.
be worse than Fergie.
Worse than Fergie.
It's
Is it
close.
worse than, what are the worst ones? Roseanne Barr, right? In the 90s, although she did that on purpose.
There was the guy that got the
Carl
lyrics
Lewis.
wrong. Remember the guy that got the lyrics wrong, too?
Who got the lyrics wrong?
It was just some random guy, and he just kept saying all this stuff. Like, I can't remember the words, but he kept saying there over and over again.
Okay, so this was at the Orioles game yesterday? All right, let's hear it. How bad is this national anthem? Let's hear it.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed as the twilight has gleaming, whose broad stars it starts through the perilous fight. All the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets ringing, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Our sailors that stars
What was that?
banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Okay, so I have that's different. It sounds like robots or auto-tune, Daft Punk.
It's auto-tune. He's got a big board sitting in front of him while he's doing this, and he's got you got to see the guy too. He's got like a Hawaiian shirt on, and he's just standing up there with the microphone, like moving around, kind of not dancing, but like waving his hands and stuff.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think that was that bad. I kind of even liked it a little bit.
No, come on, the O. Like
the O was strange. The O was strange.
That's what the Orioles do, but like you can't do that on auto.
Okay, that makes sense. They do that because of the Orioles part of it. That was not. It's just different. It's like auto tune. Auto tune. The chat. Someone in the chat who had it was like, it kind of sounded like aliens were singing the national anthem. Like I don't know. That could have been your vibe.
Whose vibe is that?
It's the people who listen to Daft Punk all the time.
Who's really listening to Daft Punk all the time?
Some people.
There's like that one song.
Some people are.
Are they?
There's like two songs that
I
everyone
don't think
listens to.
they are.
What are they? They're
Daft
still
Punk
around,
is
aren't they?
department store. Like,
Listen. I've heard some department store music back in the day, and I don't remember ever hearing Daft Punk.
Maybe not like department store, but it's like that's not. I don't know that anybody's sitting down with a record from Daft Punk and like, I'm going to spend some time with this.
I'm just saying, like, it's not everybody's jam, but they didn't screw up. Like, it wasn't. It was supposed to be like that. They knew it was going to be like that. And you've got 600 baseball games a year for each team. Like, one of them can be like a little extra auto-tuney, robot-y sound. AI. It did sound a little like AI generated, but
it sounded like a robot. Like that's really what it was.
Yeah. Listen, if you want to save one game out of the 1,000 a year that you host for a national anthem like that, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. That is way better than the Fergie NBA All-Star anthem. What was the country star at the MLB All-Star game last year? Remember that one?
Yeah.
That was the worst. That's like
bad.
the worst one I've ever heard.
That was bad.
I don't remember. Like we should pull that one up. I got to remember who did it though.
I think there's a big difference between a poor choice in terms of stylistic
and screwing it up
and being bad at doing the anthem. Like sometimes teams will have a guitar player like shred the anthem, and I think that's so dumb.
You don't like that one?
I hate that. But the guy's doing a good job. Like technically, so I can't say it's horrible. Like that was stylistically, I think, a really bad decision. But
I don't know. I think it was a fine decision. It was fine.
I don't know.
Dylan in Binghamton wants to defend me on this. What's up, Dylan?
All right, so I'm 36. So I'm between the old school and I guess the newer mumble rap stuff. Dude, that was awesome. I'm sorry, man. That was cool. I really like it. So maybe we're showing our age a little bit. That was great, dude. Well done, boys. I'll talk to you. Go Bills.
Thanks, Dylan. Yeah, see, some people are going to love that. Nobody is going to love the ones that are like the true worst national anthems we've ever heard.
Right.
I got to figure out what this MLB All-Star one was from last year.
I know exactly what you're talking about, too, because it was catastrophic.
We got to find that. Ingrid and Andres. Find that one. Let's play that. We're going to play that one. This was maybe it wasn't the All-Star game. It was the Home Run Derby. That's a bad anthem. Yeah. This one that we just heard is just it's different. You find that on a certain music channel. I feel like
it's true.
Not your vibe is fine.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying that it was a real disaster objectively, but I can't figure out who wants to hear that, I guess. It's really what I'm going to.
Let's revisit. This is a bad national anthem.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs
Can we stop it?
No, we gotta go through the whole thing.
gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
Oh, man.
Listen.
Oh, saved us that star-spangled
Crowd.
They still chanted stars.
Just make it stop.
End it.
Yeah.
Listen, how dare you all put what the Orioles did yesterday in the same class as that, or others like we've had others like that too.
It's not that bad. It's not as bad as
I mean, the Orioles one should win a Grammy in comparison to that one.
Yeah, I feel my head I feel like I'm messed up now after listening to that. I feel something happened to me physically.
That one was tough. That was last year's All-Star game?
Yeah.
Last year's All-Star game? I think they'll do better this year.
You gotta hope so, right?
Yeah, that's
or see if you can do worse. Honestly, let's see if they can do worse. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
So the guy that did it yesterday is an actual composer and electronic musician.
Yes, of course he is.
He's from Baltimore.
There you go.
And he has a bunch of albums out apparently.
Yeah, that's perfect. You're the Baltimore Orioles. This is game number 75 or something.
It was also the start of a doubleheader, by the way.
This guy's from Baltimore. He's got his own albums. He does cool stuff with it's like a keyboard he's using. Is that what you said?
No, it's actually just like a soundboard, like the one in front of me.
There you go. If he's that guy knows what he's doing. He's got his niche, and we're going to let him do the national anthem.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
I say let him cook. By the way, the All-Star Game's coming up, right? July 15th.
Right. Yeah.
July 15th, so just a couple days away from what is definitely the best All-Star game.
Yeah.
The bar's not very high for that.
Is the Home Run Derby the best event of any of those events?
I used to love the Derby when I was a kid, and I'm not into it anymore.
Same, but
I don't. The rules are so convoluted now, and I can't keep track of all the changes they've made.
Right.
And also, I miss Chris Berman yelling back, 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 back. I need Berman.
That was awesome.
That was in my childhood for it. All right, Extendo Sports. When we come back, we'll wrap things up. Ooh, Taylor Fritz, American, is up on Carlos Alcaraz in the second set. So you got a little bit of a battle going on in the semis at Wimbledon right now. We'll come back and wrap things up, get you to the weekend coming up here in WGR. The other day, I was thinking about all the stuff around Josh. how good is the infrastructure? How much help are they really giving him? And I was thinking about the 90s. We shared a lot of memories yesterday about first games at the stadium, and there were a lot of good 80s and 90s references that were brought up. And I was thinking about that team and how Kelly is at the helm, but he's got Hall of Famers all around him. He's got, what is it, 4 other Hall of Famers, including Marv, Thurman, Andre, Bruce. 4 Hall of Famers. How many does Josh have? And those 4 were all with Kelly the whole time. The whole time. Josh has how many? Dawkins might be one of them. That's possible. He's got some work to do, of course. Like, he's going to have to be one of these tackles that plays close to 40 at a really high level. But that does happen a lot. Jason Peters just retired at like 44. And he was playing awesome in his late 30s. Trent Williams is still arguably the best tackle in football, and he's like 37. So Dawkins could be one of those guys. Yesterday, I'm very sad to say I made like the worst fashion choice that I've ever made while golfing.
Ever made? That's significant.
Because I usually put a little bit of thought into it.
Right.
Just a little bit. I guess I learned yesterday that navy belt with black pants is like a big no-no in the do I even want to say the fashion world, but just getting dressed.
Yeah,
basically.
Color theory wise, probably a little bit of an issue.
I guess I don't even know what happened. So for me, when I get dressed in the morning, I'm trying not to wake my wife up. So I don't turn any lights on. It is just I use the flashlight on my phone. But I guess when reaching in for a belt yesterday, I did not realize I had grabbed the blue one.
Yeah, that Navy will sneak up on you when all you have is a flashlight.
Yeah.
This is why you got to set out your clothes the night before.
Yeah.
You guys don't do that? Do you do that?
No, I do not do that.
No, I'm not 6 years old anymore. So
Whoa, wait a minute. This is no. This is a time saver. If you pick out what you're wearing the night before, then it saves time in the morning.
Do any adults under any circumstances still pick out their clothes the night before? You think you're gonna get some company on that?
I feel like yes. It saves time. It helps you like plan out what you're wearing. I think it's smart.
It might even be smart. It's not. Put a poll up. Put a poll up on it. See how many adults are still picking out their clothes the night before. It maybe is what I should do, right? I mean, that I wouldn't have a mistake like yesterday.
It would certainly be more efficient, I think.
It would be more efficient if you are someone like me who's trying not to wake your wife up and you're getting dressed like in the dark every morning. Then it probably like me more than anybody really is like I should be the one that's taking Josh up on that. All right, time for our Friday foursome winner. Congratulations to Jared N. from Depew for winning this week's Encore Golf Friday foursome. Score an 18-hole round of golf at Diamond Hawk Golf Course. Love that. Beautiful course. $25 Encore Golf Card gift card. Dozen Encore golf balls. And you can still enter the Encore Golf Friday Foursome contest now. WGR550.com for your chance to win. The NFL Top 100 list continues. No more Bills, and we're up to 82, I think. I tend to think the only two we'll see from here on are Deion Dawkins and Josh Allen.
No Bernard?
I think if we were going to see Terrell Bernard or Christian Benford, we probably would have already seen them. Just a hunch. If we don't see them in the next week, then definitely. One thing I wrote down to get to today we didn't have time for was who will be the next person on that list? Dawkins, Allen, Cook. And I think Benford and Bernard would be two good cases for that. But I think I'd be surprised if they found their way into the 70s. Maybe Benford. It's the players voting, so they could have a real appreciation for Benford beyond, what his reputation in the league is, which I still think is underrated. All right, celebrate 716 Day with Jeremy next week. BFLO store flagship location at Transit Town Plaza, Williamsville. That'll be next Wednesday, July 16th from 4 to 6 p.m. If you spend $77.16 in-store or online, and you'll score a free Go Bills cap while supplies last. Meet Bills and Bandits players, catch live music, exclusive giveaways, shop the brand new Tailgate collection. Don't miss it. Full details at BFLOshop.com. The BFLO store, the official retailer of the Buffalo Bills. Stay tuned. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is on the way. Get your phone calls in. Taylor Fritz, U.S.-born player, up 5-4 on Carlos Alcaraz in the second set of the semis at Wimbledon. Djokovic and Sinner in a little bit. Hot one today? This is going to be a hot one today. So stay cool. Hopefully this mugginess goes away at some point in time. Talk to you on Monday, which will be the final week of shows before training camp. We are getting there. Stay tuned. Extra Point Show on the way here on WGR.